Yeah, sorry about that. To the YouTube folks, we're starting off after I already did my intro sequence, so hopefully you watched the previous episode and know what happens there. I'm not doing the recap again. But I accidentally had the wrong mic hooked up to the second recording software, so that was fantastic. But anyway, as I said, you guys are across the fire from Angus Flint, the shady fucker from before.
Oh, wait, I thought Angus Flint was the nice Western gentleman, and Bork's brother was the shifty motherfucker.
No. If you noted that, yeah, you probably mixed chords. From what you could tell from your interaction with both of them, Noglit, the cousin of Borik, seemed to be the more lighthearted one. He seemed very different from his cousin, just from initial impressions. But he went off to help with dealing with Borik, as he was shifted to one of the carriages for medical attention. Angus is the shady fucker who was sitting across the fire from you guys.
Mr. Flint, do you have any plans for when you reach Nordred, the city that is?
Oh, you sound far away. What the hell?
Testing.
He is very fast.
Okay, let me try this again. Where's my intake? Is it still sounding like that?
No, it sounds better now.
No, it sounds better now.
Mr. Flint, out of curiosity, where are you planning on going? What are your plans for once we reach the city?
Well, I joined up with this carriage only a little while ago, but my intent when we get to town is settle down and find a nice, relaxing hut. You know, just live out my life. My days of traveling around and doing my own thing are over and done with.
A hut sounds nice.
It does, doesn't it? Too bad about Bork, though.
Yeah, blade went right through his arm. Landrin looks at the short sword he had commandeered from their loot to perform the amputation and just is like, not sure what to make of himself at the moment.
Nova puts her arm around you.
Thank you.
Comforting. Not like a full hug, but like
he's pretty comforted. He's gonna who still has the scabbard? Because he just kind of yanked it out, drew it, and ran over like a teeny 2-foot samurai.
Wasn't it your short sword?
No, it's one of the looted short swords. I tried to request it, but okay. I didn't remember if it quite came out that way.
It's probably still in a sack of goods then that you guys hauled.
I gave him the short sword.
Okay. Just making sure that the
okay. Make sure to double check your notes. There.
Yeah, I've got it. I've placed the attack in here. He has a short sword now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So Nova, with her arm around you, is still giving a pretty strong, piercing look to Angus. As you guys recall last time, of course, she, in her mini interaction between her and Angus, she had referred to his criminal acts while traveling with them. Specifically that he had attacked 2 rangers for what Nova determined for no good reason, and had killed them while on the journey. Just to note, you guys are the official bodyguards escorting this caravan. Angus is not someone you have actually spoken with or encountered while being with them, though. So, just double checking you guys got that information.
Alrighty.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned it last session, but just in case.
We were aware that he. Okay, so I did put across the trees where she got eyes.
Anyone else sounds like the mic just fell through a tunnel?
Western dude is the shifty motherfucker. Dwarf dude is just a lighthearted cousin. Okay.
Yep.
I am.
As far as you know.
But before we can tell you that story, we have to tell you this story. And now you know.
Alright, so what story did you tell him? Did you tell him about how Boric...
No. I was quoting Captain Underpants in joking reference to my new understanding.
I see. Oh, so you guys have any questions or interrogations for Angus? While he sits there, prodding the fire, wondering where Bork's arm is.
In the fire.
No, it melted away, as you guys are.
Oh, right. Well, I was trying to get a conversation going, but he's being very deflective and vague. Still closed. What to do to crack through?
Dracoria, Belastarius.
You know, the other two people who are here and who can participate, please help me.
Kiko, you know?
Well, I mean, last
Anybody
week
feel
we
free
had
to
kind
jab
of
at him?
determined that you were the face of the party, so I figured you were gonna
Shit.
move forward with this. You know,
I guess
The
I'm gonna
kobold
face
is
that.
responsible for the socialization.
Do you have any plans to pass the time as you enjoy your hut, as you put it?
Might take a couple of hunting jobs, tracking down things.
Would those be hunting as in the traditional sense, or the kind that have bounties?
You say again? There was a
The kind that have bounties attached.
who's to say? Is one
You.
too different from the other?
Yes.
I wouldn't agree. We sentient creatures, as we say, aren't too different from the animals we judge from this side of the forest.
Yes,
At the
but
end of
there's a
the day,
difference between
everybody's an
being
animal.
hired to. Oh, you first.
Yep. Statement. I agree with this statement. One meat bag is no different from another, so if you have any jobs that would allow me to eviscerate and or kill meat bags and test out my brilliant inventions, I am all ears.
Yes,
So,
but there's
charming.
a slight difference between, being hired because someone wants a specific slice of meat or some skins and, hiring you because they want someone to face justice. Justice.
Oh, well. At the end of the day, you still want the skin. You still want that little cut of flesh. Whether you want to keep it, well, that's a different question now, isn't it?
On a bounty hunting mission?
You'd be surprised what my former employers have asked for. Like I said, not too different from the animals.
Slow blinking.
At this point, Nova kind of cuts in. Angus, I'd ask you kindly to fuck off. Angus kind of puts his hands up, kind of in a, don't shoot me, bro, kind of look, but with like a smug smile, with his eyes closed.
don't take me, bro.
You
Quick,
wound me.
Belisarius, shoot him. Shoot him.
Ah, my dear Dragonborn lass, you wound my heart, oh so.
She's going to wound your flesh in a minute.
That I have no doubt, little kobold. But she loves to threaten me with a good time.
All of you meatbags confuse and disgust me.
I'm afraid I have to second Belisarius' notions here.
Well, all of you wonderful adventurers have a good night. I'm not in the mood to screw around too much. But should you be in the mood, Nova, you know where to find me. I'm not opposed to a scaly time.
Well, that's a flattering misconception. I'm actually not an adventurer. I'm a researcher at Landred, Professor Landred. I'm out here I'm getting a little off topic.
Uh-huh. Have a good night, folks. And he slowly walks off into the little farm of carriages.
Do the words low criminal intellect mean anything to you, Belisarius?
Most meatbags have low intellect compared to me, so yes.
Is at this point you see Nova kind of relax a little bit. I really don't like that man. I'd claw his eyes out if I could, but
Would you
I'm
like
not
me
interested
to?
in going
Would
to
you like
prison.
me to kill him for you?
How much would it charge me? So at this point, Iggly comes from around the corner. Miss Rin? Miss Rin? What is it, Iggly? Boric, he's not doing so good. I don't know if I don't know if he's dying, but Argo says we should make way as soon as light hits, which is in about an hour. We need to head to the nearest village immediately. Very well. I'll get everybody packed up. So at this point, Nova stands to her full height, and she walks around you guys. I bid you all a good night. I bid you all a good day, and may we make headways in the next hour. I'll make sure everybody's wrangled up. And then she walks, and then out back to the carriages, and you can hear her quickly, announce to everybody basic instructions like, everybody get packed up, get all your supplies wrangled and put in the carriages, and get your oxen ready to pull. We're heading out immediately. Well, within the next hour, anyway. If you have any questions of why, feel free to come my or Argo's way. Please, hurry, though.
Landrin would like to ritual cast Tensor's floating disc and use it to help load up.
Alright. You conjure up, wait, what's the exact, can you share the exact description of that ability so I know I'm describing it correctly?
I just so happen to have that spell right here to click this convenient little button. If I could remember where I put the fuck, here it is. Yeah.
Alright, the spell creates a circular horizontal plane of force, 3 feet in diameter. Okay, so it can just lift things. Alright, so you cast a floating disc, and it appears in thin air, and quickly starts shifting underneath large barrels and the large supplies around the carriages, lifting them up, and slowly, as it's instructed by people, over here, those are my barrels, bring them to this kid. Oh no, those are those ones right there, those are mine as well. And it quickly goes around and helps people pick up the heaviest of objects to help them shift into their carriages.
Guys, do you know what this means? Landrin's forklift certified.
It's pretty much a forklift if I read the description. It's a floating disc.
Sitting around. Question for traveling: would it wouldn't involve any combat, but could we say that Balastarius has like a little robot construct that follows him around to carry stuff?
Yeah. Wouldn't that also constitute under the previous ability that was your little turret, or is it a separate?
It's similar, but it's during not combat. It's all it does is walk and carry stuff.
Okay. Was that pre-established in your notes and I just didn't see it? Or?
I don't remember if I put it in there or not. I don't think I did.
Let me just double check. If it's not, I'll probably still let it slide.
Worst case scenario, we build one together. That'd be fun.
True.
Yeah, I'll let it slide. It has no combat usage, correct?
No, all it's good for is strapping things to it, and it walks. That's all it does.
All right. Note that does it have any containment? Does it serve like a backpack, like you can put things in it, or does it only lift things?
It'd basically be the equivalent of having a pack mule.
Okay. Then I'd treat it the same in your notes, roughly.
Okay, let's see. Where do I write that in?
I believe that's equipment. I believe so. Anyway.
I had it written down somewhere. I just didn't put it on there.
Looking in your item pack, backpack, scale mail, torch, hammer, backpack. I would just put it in your items list.
Alright.
Spider walker. Okay. I'll look it up later, but I'm also assuming that'll add to the amount total weight you can carry as well.
So that would like my total carry weight, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would add to it, but I'll have to look into that later.
Just use what I don't know. I'll just use whatever stats for like a typical like pack donkey or mule would be.
I don't have those in front of me, so I can't tell you them. If you want to look that up real quick, you can while we continue. So all of you, I believe an hour is considered a short rest, if I'm not mistaken. So, do you guys want to do anything before while the camp is packing up, or are you guys ready to go?
I actually have something I want to look at. So, whenever I raided that goblin boss's room, I found a scroll, right?
Yeah, and a couple of really small barrels.
Yes, I want to try to find out what those are.
Alright, which you want to look at first?
Preferably the scroll.
Alright, the scroll, do you want to check it for enchantments or anything before you unveil it for yourself?
If that's possible.
Alright.
I would like to.
Alright, do you have any abilities that would allow you to do that? Like magic sense?
I can roll an Arcana check if you wish.
Yeah, roll me Arcana.
You could ask the artificer.
I could ask.
He could, but he hasn't. I'm getting. I got the implication you were checking these privately. Are you checking these openly?
Right now I'm checking them privately.
Okay, so that means Landron's not aware and cannot help you.
Not yet.
I said artificer, not wizard. Artificer.
Well, Belstarius likewise also can't check.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Not yet, anyway.
You can't do magic sense, Landron, and Belstarius can't do, well, any checks either. Alright, so
I don't opening the scroll's not going to activate the effect, will it? I'd have to like.
Well, right now you're just checking. You can't open it without checking.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm just gonna look over it and see. Does it look like it's in a language I'd understand at least?
Alright, so you open it up, and as far as you can tell, it's written in goblinoid, like a goblin language, very scratchy, and it's also written in. Basically, if you didn't know this was supposed to be a letter based on the conditions you found it in, you would have guessed this was some horrible scribble from a child. Just really sharp, jaggedy language.
Let's see, do I have a... There's no linguistics skill, is there?
There's comprehend languages, but
Languages.
again, I don't think you have that. I know, was it you, Landron, who had that?
Yeah, there's someone
Say
else
that
that
one.
had it.
Say one more time. What did I have?
Did you have comprehend languages, or was that Jakora?
I have comprehend languages.
Okay, that was you. Okay, just double checking. I put in my notes that you already used it.
I did. I can
maxed number of
cast it
uses.
again at some point, though.
Is that after a short rest? Do you need a full day's rest?
It costs a first level spell slot.
Okay, I believe that's short rest. So you can do that after your 1 hour rest, but you'll be traveling at that point.
Yes.
Yeah,
Bear
but
in mind-
comprehend languages is a ritual, so you can cast it for free as a ritual as long as you have 10 minutes.
I'm aware, but I'm trying to say here. The thing is, what's the?
Well, you
what's
were
the word
aware, but
here?
Asmogan didn't seem to be aware, so I just wanted to provide clarification.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let's see, I guess I can go ahead and look at the, I'm guessing all the stuff in the desk was like the deeds and documents from,
Primarily, yes. Deeds from the different other merchants that you haven't encountered, or if you have like minor encounters amongst the overall caravan.
anything else that's not related to the caravan?
Well, with those You mean just in the documents?
Yes, just in the desk stuff. Like
Some of it was
on the
just some
desk.
blank papers.
Okay, cool. That's actually useful.
So that's just the papers. Now do you want to get to the barrels?
Yes, actually.
Okay. So are you opening them all at once or individually?
I guess I'm going to start with one of the 5-pound ones.
Alright. So the 5-pound ones, you open them up. I'm assuming you don't want to do any checks.
I would like to, like, check, like, the ceiling on it to see if it might be trapped or something first. I figure it's probably not, but might as well.
I don't know if I want to make you roll for that. It seems kind of minor. As far as you can tell, you just mean like the seam lining, like of like the top of the barrel heads.
Yeah, there's like some kind of like I don't know, like paste or something that might be like a gas trap or something.
Okay. As far as you can tell, on the heavier ones, there is no paste, there's no wax or anything sealing them. It's just centrifugal force of the barrel top being pushed in.
Okay. And this, I guess I might as well go ahead and look over the smaller ones as well. Do the same thing, pretty much.
All right. So in the smaller ones, likewise, there isn't a particularly strong sealing on any of them. You can hear as you move them, though, what sounds like shifting sand or a grainy substance in this lighter ones.
Oh, okay. And what about the bigger ones?
And the bigger ones, when you shift them around and move them, you can hear like what sounds like clanging minerals or materials inside.
Oh, neat. I'm gonna put down one of the bigger ones. I'm gonna pop it open.
So you pop open the barrel. I kind of picture it almost like opening like a Pepsi can, but like flicking open with your thumb the barrel head. So you flick open the barrel head, and inside you see an assortment of glowing gems. In terms of description, they're glowing crystalline gems. Each one is emanating a certain... You can feel as, if you put your fingers on them or touch one, them kind of emanating a level of magic. They're pretty potent. And each one is glowing a slightly different shade. It's either like a lime green for some of them, or another like a lighter blue.
I guess I'm gonna get like a lime green one.
Alright.
Let me just like look it over.
Do you want to try and roll another Arcana?
Preferably, if that's possible. 15.
From your limited knowledge of Arcana, you are able to tell that this is what's referred to, at least in terms of your knowledge of what's valuable, as Magistone. Magistone is an ore used to produce weapons which can produce a spell similar to like a scroll, like one-time usages of spells. So it's a pretty rare substance in the world, but most of its export is known to come from Nordred. It's one of the reasons why the nation is such a powerhouse when it comes to financial trade, is they are the only current known producers of Magistone.
I see.
As far as how it works, as far as how it's how such a stone can turn a sword into essentially a magic scroll people can use in battle to cast a one-time powerful fire bolt or chain lightning or all these things, how it works like that, how it's forged into weapons, how the spells are engraved through these stones, you don't know any of that. You just know that it's valuable and the raw, regular usage of it.
Yeah, I can guess its value, I'm guessing. Pretty damn expensive. I put it back.
If you give it to me and I cast Identify on it, I know the exact coinage value in gold or other equivalents.
All right, do you want to make Landrin aware of it, or are you still keeping it to yourself?
For now, I'm going to keep it to myself. I'm gonna put
Cool finance wizard, yo. When I cast Identify on things, I know quite literally exactly how much it's worth.
I see.
Keep in mind, you got to act as your character would.
Yeah. So
Keep in mind, I don't even know he has it, so it's all kind of moot point.
I know. I'm just saying, like, if he might make a decision based on metadata, like meta information of you being able to check the price, the character of Kiko may not know. Nor care.
Yeah.
Alright, so and it's pretty much the same in all the heavier ones, all just full of the Magistone. Each shard, by the way, just to note, like in terms of size, each one's roughly the size of your thumb.
I see.
So
given my criminal background, how can I perhaps kind of judge for myself how much these would be? Give or take.
Want to roll me
Insight, perhaps?
Yeah, roll me insight, and I'll give you advantage.
Oh, hell yeah. I don't know if it helped. 14.
14, okay. From what you have heard from your criminal compatriots in the underworld, this stuff, in its purest form, can go for thousands of gold pieces, if pure enough. In a more sharded, broken down, or impure state, at its cheapest, you could probably get shards of it for 20 gold, 30 gold each.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's about what these are worth. It's like 20, 40 gold, give or take, like a piece.
You could definitely make that estimation.
Cool. Because I don't think any of these are like necessarily large chunks, huh?
Nope. They all fit in, like I said, what if you put a handle on them, wooden mugs.
Cool. Gotcha. I'm guessing it's relatively heavy, given that these barrels are 5 pounds apiece.
Yes, they're very dense.
Cool. Just gonna like put those back in my bag, and I'm gonna take the smaller barrel and pop one of those open.
All right. In the smaller barrels is gunpowder, the black powder that Bellastarius found earlier and told you guys about.
Oh, I can make.
Oh shit! Wait, I don't have that in my notes. Bellastarius, did you tell
No,
them
I
about?
I did not. I shouldered the barrel and didn't say anything about it. Didn't feel the
Okay,
need
that's why I didn't note it. Never mind.
Gotcha.
As far this is a black powder. This is a black sand to you.
Okay. So, no idea what to do with this. Would I? Perhaps I might have heard about it some other time, maybe?
Going based on your previous insight check, I'll run with that. You know that this is an explosive powder used by other thieves and tricksters to create a plume of smoke or a brief minor flash to sneak away when surrounded by guards, for example.
See. Okay.
But that's
Like
in
this-
very small amounts mixed with like glass shards and stuff like that.
Gotcha. So this particular, I guess, mixture isn't exactly...
This is pure black powder.
Okay. So would that make a lot of smoke? Would it be useful for...
It'd be closer to a hand grenade.
Okay. I see.
You're basically holding a hand grenade in a wooden barrel.
Oh, nice.
Idea for later.
That's not a hand grenade at that point. That's a fucking mortar round at that point. Good God.
Actually, that's a neat. I'm gonna pop the top back on that.
Its exact yield or power though you don't know because you've never used it in this pure of a form.
Okay, cool.
You can just ascertain from what you know of small amounts mixed with glass or mixed with like a reflective powder that people use to sneak away from stuff. That it can be pretty popping like.
Yeah. Okay.
So in this pure of a form, it's gonna make boom boom.
Oh, nice. Cool. I have an idea.
All right.
I'm just
You don't need to
like,
share it with me, but
Team
I'm
up
gonna-
with the artificer and make some hand grenades.
The funny thing is, I don't even think I need the artificer at this point. I have greasy torn cloth that I never threw away.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, you stole the bed sheets.
I stole this dude's bed sheets.
I forgot about that. I have it in my notes too, but yeah.
So,
Actually, you want to know what I said exactly in my notes? But he stole the fucking sheets. The fucking sheets. Why? That's exactly what I wrote.
well, now you know why. Because I'm gonna pull out my dagger and cut out a little bit of cloth. Pop the top on it, and just like stick like half the cloth in there, and just like pop the top back on, so it's like sticking out of the barrel.
Okay, so like a little fuse.
Effectively, yes.
All right.
Something to light before I throw it.
You've made the fantasy man's version of a hand grenade. Or dynamite, I guess, is probably a better comparison.
Or
right
the
now.
poor man's flashbang.
Bang. Yes. Yes, I'm gonna do that with both of them, by the way.
Alright, so you do that with all of them? The mini ones?
Yes.
So I guess we're getting like packed up and ready to go.
Yep. If that's the last thing you guys want to do, you'll have the equivalent.
They're doing that.
I'm
gonna load up my secret barrel and some of my other crap onto my little walker thing.
Alrighty.
Which has carrying capacity.
I assume you still
pounds.
You still have the big barrel of the black powder as well.
Yes, that's what I'm talking. I'm strapping that sucker to my own little carrying buddy.
Right. And you're not going to share with the party about that or anything, and no one's going to ask about the big barrel?
Unless someone asks.
Right.
Yeah.
So I have something to ask about, actually. Just a small logistical question. Did we let Nova and Argo keep the deeds and letter, or are we keeping those on our own person?
Currently, what's in their possession from last time is Nova's deed that you handed to her, and Argo's deed are both in their possession because you gave them to them as examples of what you found. They did not return them to you. You can inquire with them if you so choose to retrieve them, but keep in mind, whether official or unofficial, they are technically their property.
Yep.
Boric also, his fell on the ground, so if you guys want to say one of you grabbed it along with the letter.
I would 100% grab it if they dropped it on the ground. Mine.
Yeah, the envelope dissipated when the seal activated whatever curse it did on his arm, so the envelope is gone. But the letter and the the letter was outside of it. So the letter and the deed in Bork's deed are still there, though.
Yoink!
All
right, so you got those.
So that just leaves the rest of the stack of deed with Landrum.
Indeed.
Would it take too long while we're all getting prepared to leave to try and, with the approval of Argo and Nova, try and attach names to faces on the deeds we have left and see about getting those distributed? Because it seems kind of fucked that they came all this way not to get anything out of it.
I don't know if it was just on my end. Your audio was kind of deepening again. Can you say that again?
Would it be with Argo and Nova's blessing? Would it be okay to spend a little bit of time to try and distribute the deeds to the relevant persons their names are attached to?
You can do that if you wish. Yes.
All right. Does anyone in the party mind?
What was it exactly? Like, trying to find out what buildings the deeds are attached to.
Oh no, he wants to return the deeds to the recipients in the caravan.
You know how Nova and Argo still have their deeds, and he wants to get the other deeds to the other peoples.
I'll say, isn't the only deed that we have the one for the dwarf dude?
No, I have had all the deeds this whole time. I gave Nova and Argo their deeds to show what's up. Landron still has all the deeds except for the one for Bork that you just snatched.
Yoink.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna complain, but I'm gonna roll up this deed and hide it away on myself. And the
All right,
letter.
so you're holding on to the letter in Bork's deed.
Yes.
Okay. So,
How-
yeah, Landrin, if you so choose to return the rest of the deeds to the general populace of the caravan.
Yes.
You
Alright.
can do whatever with those. I don't mind.
So, I presume. So, is anyone else in the party object? Belstarius, Dracoria?
Yes, I did
I
ask.
object strongly.
Alright.
Okay. On what?
In character,
So-
voicing this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in character. So if you were to return those deeds, which were illicitly given to by the big bad, why would that be Why would that be an intelligent move? Can
Well,
you
it's not meant.
help walk me through your thought process on this? You know, the entire premise was that all of these deeds were gained by illicit manners. So why would you want to give them out and potentially give away the fact that, one, he already knows that somebody read the letter that shouldn't have read it, and two, we're now going to give these items out when these are bad items to begin with? That seems like a terrible decision.
I think. Are you voicing that in character?
Yes.
Okay. I don't mean to sound overly optimistic, but I think the runes on there, the dwarven ones, were more meant as a passive thing, in case someone tried to use like any sort of magic to conceal the fact that the letter had been opened. Like, for instance, the runes did not appear until I cast Mending upon the seal to try and fix Kiko's indiscretion.
So you assume. So
Yes, I'm making a leap
so
of logic.
what the assumptions are a very terrible thing to do. I could assume that you're an evil little devil creature because you know you're.
You'd be amazed how many people do.
And
Actually, you
I
wouldn't be.
never made that assumption though. And I've lived a long, healthy life because I don't make assumptions. So I would think it would be best if we didn't for the time being, and we continue to see how the rest of this plays out, and then maybe we can get back to it afterwards. But until then, I would hold off on it. That's my personal opinion.
What do Argo and Nova think?
Both of them are not around you guys right now.
Drat.
Currently Nova is running around trying to finish getting everybody ready with the help of your disc as well. That is speeding things along. And Argo, as far as you were told, was with Bork, and that's as far as you know where he might be.
Alrighty. In that case, Landrin is just going to kind of finish helping load up and go.
Alright.
Actually, Kiko's gonna walk up to Landrin and like tap him on the shoulder.
You have to lean down a bit far for that, but okay. The ears might be better. He looks up. Oh, yes. Hello, Kiko.
Like I say, Kiko's normally like hunched over, so even though Kiko might actually be like, I don't know, 4 foot something, Kiko usually like stays lower than that. And Kiko's going to start reciting to you the incantation for comprehend languages and like point to themselves.
Oh, give me a sec. Give me a moment. Landrin is going to start doing a funny little dance. This takes. I don't have any spell slots left. I am tapped out of my more immediate methods, so I am resorting to less immediate methods.
Alright, so how long does it take to cast that ritual?
10 minutes.
Alright, so yeah, you guys are fine. So 10 minutes pass and the spell can be cast.
Did you have a particular need for this, or?
Kiko's going to nod and go thank you, and just walk away. That's it.
Enjoy.
Okay.
What a fascinating fellow.
All right, goblin scroll time. whenever I'm out of line of sight.
Okay. Alright, so I'll say you moved just like around the corner to one of the carriages and look at it. And with comprehend languages,
So, just so that we're clear, we are all aware that comprehend language is a self spell and can't be cast on anybody else, right?
I am not
Yeah,
aware
but
of
this
that.
is funnier.
Oh wait, is it?
It's a self-cast spell, but you were touching me, so I'm like,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say
Thank
that-
you very much, Dracoria, for pointing that out. I thought it could
you-
be cast on others.
you dick.
Oh,
So that means you see Jack.
I would expect somebody to do it to me if I made a mistake.
that's no, fair enough. Dang it.
I thought the spell could actually be cast on others. I thought I read that, but no, I'm wrong. Alright, so that
Are you going? You're going to have to either trust someone with information and to be your ally, or you're just going to have to not have the information at all.
Yeah. Oh,
Nothing at
I
all.
I could just wait. To
Nothing
get
at
to town.
all.
Or I could just wait to town.
Nothing at all.
I could wait until I get to town and buy a potion of comprehend languages myself. But
Just say
instead-
stupid, sexy Landrin already.
Fine, I'm gonna hand Landrin the scroll. Goblin writing on it.
Worst case scenario, you can just ask him to make you a scroll of comprehend languages.
And keep in mind, you all are in a group, so whatever you hand Landrin is also seen and will be heard by Belistarius and Dracoria.
That's fine.
I would most likely not, because I was going to hop into one of the back of the caravans and just, hang out
gonna
with
do
my
that-
pet mouse, feed them,
Do you do that before they do this, or you do?
Well, after so, given the time frame of events, I would think so, because I was
Okay.
going to leave after the conversation with Landrin. So then Kiku came after that conversation had finished. So I would not be privy to that conversation.
All right. So would you just go for the nearest one, or do you think Dracoria would intentionally go further away?
I would say probably, if we're traveling, I would have found one that I was particular to, and I would hang out in that one. So it's a GM's choice.
All right, I'll just put you in the nearest one, and I could say you can passively at least hear what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah,
so-
so I might as well just go ahead and go out scroll already. Like it's I guess it'd probably be worthwhile for the party to hear.
All right. So you hand the scroll over to Landrin, and Landrin, you, as you read the scroll, you ascertain, and keep in mind this is Goblin speech, so even translated, it's a bit weird. Make sure I got it over here. Okay.
Picture.
Alright, so... Oi, boss! The widow, I'm doing orc speaks. I gotta remember, goblin's more like higher pitched.
Very.
Hey, boss. The Umis and some other weirdos are traveling on road. Got shinies. Big boss will be happy with the things. We loot 'em. We steal from 'em. We make muns. P.S. Love Greg.
Oh no. Oh no.
So it's, in essence, it's basically a progress report from one of the lower goblins that they left for their boss while he was sleeping. And they snuck it under his covers, because, as we established last time, they don't put valuables in chests.
I can't even speak to how sorrowful I am. We've murdered a band of brothers.
Poor Greg.
Poor Greg.
Yeah, it was just a progress report.
He died as he lived. A fucking goblin.
Aye. That's all it says, though. It's just listing out that they scouted out your caravan, and when you guys stopped, they were intending to rob you.
Yeah, yeah, it's all of a sudden that GIF I just posted in general feels so much more appropriate.
Again, I can't say it, and I'm not minimizing the game just to see it. So.
Deduce, you say?
I actually clicked on the lounge when I get to go back to the game.
So, I believe that's all the necessaries, unless, again, you guys want to confront Belisarius and the large as fuck barrel.
No, it's the running joke of the party. We never ask any questions about Belisarius's quirky robot activities.
You can leave it.
Because it's better not to know.
I completely forgot to remove Angus there.
It's better.
Last time involved robot squirrels.
Good. Let me tell you let me tell you a very simple principle of the universe. Some knowledge is beyond its worth in cost.
It was a failed experiment, by the way.
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to.
'Twas fun, though. Alright, so if you guys aren't going to ask about that, and Belisarius isn't just going to tell you guys, that means I assume you guys are all ready for the short rest. In other words, the travel beginning for the caravan.
Moving right along in search of good times and good news with good friends you can't. No one's going to sing along.
How long is the travel time between where we are and our inevitable destination?
Yeah, it's going to be about 4 hours if it's straight travel, uninterrupted.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a bad time at all.
Nope. You guys
Damn it,
weren't
why
too
did I
far.
make an elf?
Is that a short rest or a long rest?
I would consider that a long rest personally, but I'm not sure.
Like a short rest is like an hour, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
short rest.
short rest can be anywhere between 10 minutes to an hour, and a long rest is 8 hours or more.
Yeah, typically, but I'd say
We're riding in a wagon, not doing anything. So
yeah, and I say for 4 hours, that's somewhere in the middle. But I would treat it in this case as a long rest, just so all your abilities can get refreshed. Because I'm nice.
Well, all mine already reset with the short rest I had taken.
Okay, so yours are reset. Landry, did you have any ones that required a long rest?
Yeah, all my spell slots.
Alright, so there you go. Resuscitate his skills. His skills anyway.
I had 2 spell slots used up, so now I have all 3.
Alright, so
no spell slots left.
y'all ready to begin your journey?
Indeed.
Alright. So the caravan, you see Nova and Argo are the only ones still on their feet, not in a caravan, as everybody's oxen are pulling the carriages back onto the road, the long dirt road. And they're making sure everybody's lined up in a good pattern. There's about, in total of the whole caravan, there's about 10 carriages in total, each led by 2 oxen. You guys are going to be in some of the mid-section carriages, and there's an even number of them occupying both ends of the road. The reason that this is done, as it was explained to you guys when you first joined the caravan, is because the bigger you make your group look like, so having 2, instead of having one really long line, instead having 2 shorter lines next to each other makes everyone look closer together, more bulked up, so any predators, goblins, and the such that feel gutsy and want to take you guys on, they feel less confident taking on a caravan that's just one straight line, as opposed to 2 grouped together lines of carriages, which are right next to each other, and can more easily defend themselves. So, you guys travel in this pattern along the road. Now, there's one thing I'm gonna roll for. Alright, so you guys travel the 4 hours uninterrupted. Not attacked by anything, and you arrive at Ursine Village. Those guys.
Did you say Ursine Village?
Ursine, yes.
How do you spell that?
No.
Ursine. Ursine.
You know,
Bear Village.
I get the feeling that Our journey is not quite over. Looks over at the population. Bears!
Once you arrive at Ursine, the first thing you're going to note, hold on, in my sheet, is once you guys reach the gates, this is a, you can tell just from when you reach the gate, this is a fairly large town. Not as big as the fabled North Home, of which you guys are heading, the main destination of the caravan, but a very good stopping place if you were to ask a citizen of Nordred would definitely be Ursine Village. It is well fabled to be the main operating base of the Rangers who service the entire kingdom of Nordred. And as I explained in my historical spiel, the Rangers' job in Nordred is to basically keep monster population low, as well as they kind of serve as the general guardians of the forest and nature, and they also, in terms of their role when it comes to Ursine Village, which is where they hail from and operate out of, they also act as as a portion of the town guard, along with their standard footmen that also protect the average civilian. There's quite a few of them, and they are all over the place. And when you first arrive, the whole carriage together, initially, it seems like it's just a clear, straight route to the entrance to the city. You can see 2 footmen with pikes guarding the entrance, which is a fairly large-sized entrance to the town of the stone wall. The stone wall, including the entrance, it stands about, you want to say about 9 feet in height. It's got, you can tell that there's guards up top and towers as well along the wall. It's an imposing first way to enter the city, and you see 2 bear statues on either side of the large open gates into the city as well. Kind of, I would say it's kind of like you know those gargoyles that have like one arm flailed over the other, like in I'm trying to think of the exact pose. Basically, like one arm is up high with the claws bearing down, and the other one's down low with the claws bearing to the side.
Like it's attacking, pretty much.
Yeah, kind of.
Lunging forward.
There are 2 guardian bear statues right at the entrance on the inside of the city once you enter. So as the carriage approaches, you notice that the gate kind of begins to close. Not completely, more like it's being ready to close. And the 2 footmen step forward. Alright, so the first thing that your caravan does is you see Argo and Nova jump off and walk towards the guards. And as you do, roll me perception.
17.
Perception.
Okay.
14.
9.
9, 6, 17.
That 19 was a natural 20, by the way.
I'm aware.
Wow.
I'm aware.
Damn.
I'm sad and aware. Landrin
Too bad
actually
that's
would
with
like
advantage.
to come out and went out.
The natural 20 would have been if it was with advantage, but
Yeah, but
The base
I
roll
don't
was
have
not 6.
advantage. Anyway, Landrin would actually like to hop out and start waddling his tiny little form over there with him.
as you do, who rolled the highest? That would be 17, correct? Kiko?
Me, yeah. That would
Alright,
be.
Kiko, as soon as Landrin hops out, you notice to both sides of the road, which is thick forests and trees, with this light snow covering from the morning dew. It's almost getting into wintertime. You notice some pale shapes with bows.
Oh no.
The pale shapes with bows are not, they got an arrow locked in, but they haven't aimed them at you guys. They haven't done anything yet. They're just watching. And from what you can tell, they are... You rolled 17, right? You can tell with your basic perception of what's going on that they're not attacking. They're not prepared to attack either. They're just assurance that you guys aren't a danger. They are. You can tell that they're the Rangers of Nordred.
Kiko doesn't like being watched like this, so Kiko is gonna just disappear.
Yeah, you are. You want to roll stealth?
Yes, preferably.
Alright, roll stealth with disadvantage, because you are surrounded. And they got eyes on all of you guys.
Unless it would be possible to, like house surrounded.
They got pretty much on both sides with the forest. There's also the guards in the guard tower, and behind the caravan, there's some guys coming up as well. So a total circle around the whole caravan.
Oh no!
Wait, if you're inside one of the carriages, I'd let you do a normal roll. Are you still inside one of the carriages? Because if you are, you can make the argument you're hiding behind like supplies and stuff.
Well, I was gonna see if there was like perhaps a way that I could hide under the carriage, like slip out really quick and get under it.
Well, I'd still make you roll with
Without
disadvantage because if you were to jump out, they'd have an even easier time seeing you.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'll just stay in the carriage, but I'm not gonna stealth.
Okay, you're just gonna stay in, no stealth roll.
Yeah, if they
Alright.
see me, I guess they see me at this point. I can't really stop them.
Ready? So, they are, like I said, you're completely surrounded by these rangers. All of them with bows. All of them got an arrow out, but nobody's pointing anything yet. They're just watching you guys. So, does anyone else want to join Landrin with Argo and Nova?
Don't think that'd be a good idea for me.
No, not particularly.
Alright, so you guys are like staying. Alright, so that means Landrin's the only one aware of what's about to transpire, because all of you, well, you guys can roughly hear, but you're, I'll just say you're close enough to hear it. They're not whispering or anything. Alright, so as Landrin, as you walk towards the front, little waddle of your little scaly self, up with Argo and and Nova, they are meeting up with the head guard that is walking up in full armor, full scale armor, and a shield and a pike. Who goes there?
Landry is going to take off his teeny wizard hat in that respectful two-hand grasp motion that old used car salesmen used to do with their hat when they'd walk up to you.
You know the one.
When they put the hat to their chest with the
Yes.
right, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What time of day is it? It's morning, right?
Yeah, it's early morning.
Well, good morning to you, sir. My name is Professor Landrin. These two are my acquaintances, Nova and Argo. They are in charge of this little caravan. I am one of the adventurers hired for security, so I figured it would be of good repute if I helped along with this
Security?
Yes, sir.
Take no offense, little one, but you're rather on the small side for such a job.
Indeed.
Now, he kind of gives you a look down, almost like a... you would describe it as like a fatherly kind of concern.
Landrin is going to cast Tensor's floating disc and slowly float up to eye level. Still doing his polite little smile and stuff. There's a forklift noise. And he's at eye level.
Alright. So... so that spell... Hold on. Sorry, I'm being distracted.
It can be casted, for a spell slot, you can cast it instantaneously.
Okay. So, you're using that dispel to lift yourself up to his height, correct?
Eye level, yes.
Alright. So, he sees you do this, and immediately the rangers kind of pull up the bows a little bit more, and you see, like, the general guards as well tense up, because you cast a spell. But the guard in particular that you were conversing with, he's the only one who seemed relaxed. Probably because he was closest and sensed you weren't doing anything hostile. I see.
Yeah, he could see the ridiculous little dance Landrin did to summon up his magics.
Yeah. But you definitely get the general vibe everyone's a little on edge. I see, little one. Well, seems you have some ability after all. Very well.
For the record, Landrin has since taken the scabbard of the short sword and he's kind of affixed it to his back. However, since he's so small, even a short sword kind of looks like a long sword on him.
Alright.
So there's that.
At this point, Argo steps forward, and so does Noah. Gentle God, may I ask why we're being treated in such a way? Have we presented any kind of substantial threat to you? This is common procedure. I don't know where you're from, half-elf. But, in these parts, we don't just trust any single large group of people who get near our city. It's rather suspicious. Is it really all that odd to see a large caravan? As I understand it, plenty of people have been moving to this area. How would you know what's common and what's not? I would like to request the attitude be lowered, sir. I am not disrespecting you. Well, I apologize if I'm rather short. Things have been tense around here lately. And
would that have something to do with the goblins in the area?
It has more to do than just the goblins. They've always been a nuisance. And though our rangers have done their utmost to stilt their population, I'd say the rabbits are the only thing that breed more than they do, or at least show up more than they do. Whatever the case, we've been dealing with goblins for a long time. They are not a source of massive stress. Currently, it's the political upheaval, if I'm being honest. But there is a particular reason we are on guard. We've been made aware that there have been suspicious goings-on in the overall kingdom, and many of the newcomers who have come to set up shop here, as it were, there have been quite a few caught with illegal supplies. With that being said, I'm afraid we'll have to search every single one of these carriages if you wish to enter the city. Resist, and we will take you in for questioning.
DM, God, I have a question for you.
Yes.
God. I said God, not guard.
I know. Yes, lowly player.
Oh, just making sure. God, Mr. the God. Is gunpowder illegal here?
It's not. Well, hold on.
And are those magic rocks? Are those goddamn magic rocks? Your mic cut out. Are those magic rocks regulated at all? I'm worried.
Roll me.
I can't roll anything. I'm just asking above game out of curiosity. I can't affect the outcome.
Yes, but
I don't know.
I don't want my metagame. I don't want the metagame knowledge to affect your character.
Would this
decision.
affect the earlier history roll from, I think, the first session? Or was it the second session? I don't
remember. Would for you, but this is Landrin who would know this.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying I won't be able to affect this on this information. I'm asking for the benefit of the dude who got a good roll looking at them earlier. I'm asking, is this the information he would have, like Kiko, while he was looking at those goddamn rocks?
Kiko doesn't even know that they're. Well, Kiko has a general hearing that, like everybody else, that he heard the conversation. Kiko, if you would like to do an insight check, or I guess this would be more intelligence.
I guess I can roll an insight, yeah.
Alright, roll me insight if you would like to know if what you have is contraband.
10. Well,
as far as you know, it could be contraband. It could not be. You get the inkling it's not.
With my previous history, would I know if
small quantities anyway?
What the laws of sort of like plunder or loot from combat would be, because I attained said gunpowder from combat.
I don't know if the gems are contraband, but I 100% know that these makeshift grenades I have are probably contraband.
Possibly.
They might not even realize what they look. That's like saying my sword is contraband or fireball is contraband. Just because I can do it, and just because I am prepared to do it, does not mean I'm going to. I'd have to break the law to do it.
If you'd
That's
like
like
to,
saying, that's like saying guns are contraband.
if you'd like, you can take the chance that it's not contraband. You can also try and stash them, hide them.
We can ask the guards.
You do have that option. That would make them suspicious, though.
Landrin is actually Landrin has a perfect way to phrase this, sir. Just a quick. I think the term is. Do you have anything to declare? We did raid a goblin camp at a lumber mill, and as far as I understand, we acquired some goods while we were over there. I have no idea what the legality laws in this country are when it comes to armaments, so bear in mind, heck if I know. We might have something that's incredibly illegal and we'd have no idea. So,
is there anything specifically you're concerned about? Eyes you sharply.
Lantern actually does take a moment to kind of like stroke his non-existent beard, thinking, let's see, I got this. That's actually where I got this sword.
I see. Well, I can assure you swords are... Our salvage laws, especially when it comes to goblins, are rather generous. Whatever you acquired from the goblins, as long as it does not specifically entitle itself to someone else, is yours by right.
Landrin beams, because, well, that makes me feel a great deal better about the situation, because we returned everything that was stolen from the caravan.
I see.
Well, I'm going to start turning out my pockets now.
Kiko's gonna be like the meme with the kid, where it's like the kid gives like a thumbs up and like shakes his head.
What? Okay.
This is going splendidly. I'm actually an okay face. Oh, my apologies. I never asked your name, sir. I feel terribly rude.
My name is Commander Braun.
Sorry.
Huh?
Landrin was going to offer his hand out, but I'm going to let him finish introducing himself.
I command most of the city's defenses. Today I took on watch duty for one of my guards who is missing. But... Shit, I lost my train of thought. Yeah. But I do not see what my name is important here.
Well, I introduced myself, and I felt that the best foot to get off on was the right one. So it seemed polite at the time. Landrin offers up his teeny little hand to shake respectfully.
Alright, you're still at eye level with him because you're on the disc, right?
Yes.
Right. So he reaches out and takes your little hand and shakes it.
He takes my arm. Let's be real here.
And given the size of his hand and the size of your arm, yes.
You know that, did anyone watch The Three Caballeros as a kid? You remember when he meets the Aliquan and it's just shaking Donald's hand to the point where he's going up and down on the screen? That's what's going on right now.
It's hilarious. Well, if you don't mind, we'd like to get the search underway. It's at this point he puts his hand up, and with his index finger, he just kind of swishes it forward, kind of in a pointing motion. And simultaneously, all the rangers are now putting their bows around their backs and their arrows back in their quivers. And each of them are moving towards each of the caravans, preparing to do their search. And both, I do want to note that both Nova and Argo are fairly calm. Argo does step forward, says, we would like to report that in one of our carriages, if you notice a man missing an arm and is injured, I'm afraid that happened during our time here. As soon as the search is over with, by chance, could we please rush him to the nearest medical facility you may have?
Landrin looks incredibly, shifty-eyed when he mentions his Brooks injury.
I see. There is also something I would like to speak to the head of your town watch. You said you were the head? I am one of the heads, yes. I would say if I phrased it as me as the primary, I apologize. Miswording. But I am one of the heads of the watch of our village. Very well. May I speak with you about certain matters in private after this is all handled and our medical attention is sought to? Very well. You can find me in the center of town. My office is one of the larger buildings. You'll be able to notice it due to its sign out front. It'll be 2 crossed swords and a wolf's head.
I always love the aesthetic of cross swords. It's quite nice for emblems and the like. I'm not sure why more banners don't have it.
Alright. Well, it's quickly at one point a female ranger comes up. By the way, I want to note the aesthetic of each of the rangers. Each of them are hooded with these dark green hoods. I'd say the shade is... do you guys remember in Lord of the Rings the coats, the cloaks that all the hobbits wore?
Yep.
It's kind of that shade of green.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes over their heads, and they also wear an undermask the same color that covers up to their nose. So the only thing that's visible is their eyes and their forehead, and you can make out their hairline.
They kind of like look like the Athelian Rangers from the Two Towers.
And yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. Each of them, this particular female one comes up and says, the injured one that they mentioned is in one of the forward carriages. We've already checked it. It's good to go through so we can seek to his medical attention, sir. Very well. Let it through. And everyone kind of moves aside for that carriage to get pulled through, being escorted by 2 rangers on either side. So that one enters, but the rest of the caravan is still being searched. So anything you guys would like to do during the search? Or
Yes,
before
Lantern is going to very comedically slowly start pulling out everything he's got on him, and it's very little. There's one moment where he starts, and then the next, it's just done. He's got nothing. He has very few things.
Alright.
I'm going to get out and stand and loom over the rangers searching my personal little pile of my pack animal and stuff. So I'm just going to watch him search.
Alright. The ranger that searches your pack mule, so to speak, is at first hesitant to even get close to it because he's never seen such a device. He's not sure if it's cursed or something.
Looks like a big metal cockroach, basically.
Yeah, it'd be pretty terrifying for anybody of this age.
I walk over. Don't worry. It literally all it does is walk. It can't it does anything I tell it to. It can't fight, can't attack. All it does is walk.
And as you approach him, your shadow overtakes him, and he just you blot out the sun because he's a shorter stature man, and he looks up at you, and you can tell from his eyes they're wide, he's like, what the hell are you? And he just kind of nods silently, okay. And moves forward and looks about the items that are on your little spider thing. And he finds the barrel. What's in this barrel? He quickly turns to you.
Oh, that is black powder I looted from the goblins. Completely full candid disclosure.
Black powder? Why would the goblins have black powder? Are they planning on fireworks or something?
I would not know, but it fits my personal uses and my personal projects. It's a fascinating substance.
Another one of the rangers comes around the corner of the carriage. It says, how pure is this black powder?
It is exceptionally pure, which is why it is very precious to my research.
Very well. We'll have to check its purity. We can do that here or in the security office if you choose.
I would like to accompany the security office to ensure the safety of my plunder.
Well, again, they're offering to do the search right then. Just pop it open real quick and look at it, or that they can take it properly to the security office. That's
All right, so let's pop it off and feel free to check it now for the purity.
All right. So the 2 rangers pop open the lid, making sure they're best not to damage it, and the look on their faces as soon as they see it is Whoa.
See, this is why I'm like, hey, let's just blame it all on the goblins if any of this shit is contraband. We're golden.
The ranger that came around the corner, the female, turns to you and goes, "You're sure you got this from goblins?"
Yes, the same goblins that we fought and destroyed at a lumber mill. Your rangers are free to go and check the burned ruins that are left behind, as well as the bodies. We found it in their camp.
All right,
We have proof it's goblins.
Quick,
Kiko, the bad cheats.
Battlestars, can you roll me persuasion? Because she is now suspicious.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Hold on.
With advantage. With advantage. I will give you advantage because of your candor and your blunt tone. In this case.
So, would that negate my negative from my low charisma?
As far as I know,
I have.
It's still a persuasion roll either way.
What happens is disadvantage makes it so you roll twice and take the higher total.
Yeah, advantage.
Oh, right.
Let's say
Higher total would be 14 then.
For a guy who's got a negative modifier to charisma, that's not bad at all.
I rolled a 15 on it. I get a -1 on charisma.
Alright. So she's kind of got this look. She's kind of sharp-eyed. She's suspicious. But your explanation was truthful, direct to the point. You didn't stutter. You didn't hesitate. And you've been forthcoming and even allowed them to open it. So factoring all that, she kind of relaxes a little bit and states, "We'll have to note it for the security office, but we'll allow you to keep this on your possession. Though we would like you to bring it to the security office at some point. There's something that we may need to discuss about this. If you wish to continue possessing it.
As soon as is feasible, but I promise none of this will harm any of the meat bags in the surrounding area.
She
Point me at some that you want me to destroy, and I will gladly do so."
She kind of squints at the term meat bag, but notes it not like kind of moves past it, not sure what to take from that. The male ranger takes out a dagger and quickly just kind of scrapes some up, trying to get a closer look at some of it. That's rather odd. What is it? Well, if it's not just pure, and the color alone tells that it's pure black, but each of the shards, each of the grains, look at them. They're so sharp and jagged. This was carefully manufactured. This wasn't some accident or some random supply of purity around these parts. Someone manufactured this intentionally. I see. I'll note it. And they reseal the barrel with the lid and kind of give you like a little paper note. Basically, it's a summons to the security office when you get the first opportunity, and to bring the barrel.
Seeing all this, Kiko's gonna take their little barrels and just like pop the cloth out real quick on them.
All right.
Preferably sneakily, if possible.
I will say, because of where you are and because of the busyness of them searching other carriages, you don't need to roll sneak on that one, because no one's even passively observing you while you do that.
Cool. Well, since they're also distracted, I'm going to take my set of thieves' tools, and I'm just going to like start distributing them across my body, like under my armor.
Okay.
So if they want to find them, they're going to have to literally strip me.
Okay. So you do that, and right after you finish doing that, a couple of them come around to your carriage and kind of open up the flaps properly, like fully. They see you and they say, "All right, come on out." Gesturing with 2 fingers to come out.
Like they're just gonna, like he was just gonna like pop out of the carriage and just.
And as soon as they see the light touch your beak, both of them grab you by the shoulder. Sir, they call. We got a Kenku. And you can kind of like simultaneously see every single, not just the Rangers, but if you were to look at the scaffolding of the battlements, of the defenses of the city, all the guards just have this, just sigh, like, not another one.
Is this going to be a problem, Commander? Is this going to be a problem, Commander?
They are gonna search you because they are familiar with your kind. So roll me sneak for the items on you.
It's a free system.
It is, yeah, but
Do I get advantage because I prepared beforehand?
yes, I will give you advantage.
Oh, sleight of hand or stealth? These doesn't matter.
Sleight of hand, actually, yeah.
Okay, cool. So advantage. I mean, it doesn't matter because they're both 8, but yeah. 17.
So, hold on. Alright, we'll see if I can counter roll that. They do not find it on you. So they quickly pat you down, but they're not as thorough as they usually are. It's early morning, kind of tired. So they pat you down, and they don't feel the lumps of like where your tools are and everything. So after a quick search of you, they find nothing directly on you. And they have this kind of look of surprise, almost like they should check you again, but they kind of want to hurry this along. It's a very large caravan, and their reasoning is like, oh well, you know, this is the first major village that this Kenku's had an opportunity to come to, so why would he have something on him to steal? So,
wow,
pure racists, but.
No, Landon's making a point of fucking this. He's levitating his tiny ass back up into eye contact. Commander Baron, I really must protest. This man has saved my life on 2 occasions in battle. This is quite untoward towards the man.
Well, are you trying to roll? Are you really trying to convince him, or just general conversation here?
Oh, hold on. He's going to follow up. We have been quite... What's the word I'm looking for here? We've been quite forward with all of our activities. We've been quite open about our intentions, and we have been, dare I say it, quite courteous and friendly with you as people who have been having quite a hard time in this land. I must say I'm disappointed.
Alright, roll me persuasion.
You're
digging yourself a deeper grave, because what's going to happen is they're going to find out that they were right.
Not only have you... that's not nat 1, and I usually do critical roll rules, and 4 is not critical. You fail to persuade him that this Kenku, who again they've had their dealings with quite a few of them at this point, and only in 1 or 2 cases, well, I'm giving you too many specifics here. Sorry. You get the vibe that they've dealt with Kenkus before, and very few of their dealings with them have been for reasonable manners. So he kind of shrugs you off and says, "I'm sorry, little one, but whatever he's done for you has no bearing on the current search, nor bearing on my decisions. But I assure you, if nothing is found on him, then we will move on." At which point the Rangers both look at him and kind of have this look like, now we didn't find anything. All right, and they let go of you, Kiko.
Kiko's gonna.
One of them does apologize to you. It's like, sorry.
Kiko's gonna nod and just try to stay out of the way of the Rangers now.
All right. So they then proceed to jump into the carriage you were in and are looking about.
Oh, that was close.
So remind me though, Kiko. Did you open up any of those smaller barrels while you were in there?
I took the rags out of the explosive barrels.
Right.
But the magic stone barrels, I would assume I'd have on me in my backpack, along with the grenade barrels. But if they let me go without searching my backpack, I'm not going to complain.
Let me roll something for them real quick. What are we looking at here? That would be...
Like if they overlooked it, like I'm not gonna worry about it.
I got a nat 20.
Oh no.
They see those two little fuses you made, and they notice the black powder on the tips of them. Hold!
Yes.
They say that to you.
Yes.
Would you mind handing over your bag for a moment?
Hugo's gonna take the bag.
Landron's about to look like a giant jackass defending this criminal.
There's nothing incriminating in my bag.
Did you say that in
Is that
character?
your...
No, out of character. There's nothing incriminating in my bag other than the black powder barrels.
They're still asking for it. If you want, you could try and do what Landry did earlier and try and persuade them not to do that, if you'd like.
I'm just gonna tell them elite goblin loot. Hand it to them.
God,
They-
you use the
In
words.
Landron's voice.
Alright, so...
You
they-
use the words. Why?
So they take the bag, and at the words elite goblin, they kind of have these like raised eyebrows, like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they begin sifting through the bag. And to which they find the smaller barrels, and without asking you, they pop them open. And popping open the ones with the black powder in it, they kind of look back at Belisarius and his barrel, and they actually have this look of, huh, okay. And they put the lid back on, and they put those back in the bag. Clearly, you're not in trouble for those at all. So, if anything, you're probably in less trouble than Belisarius was, and he wasn't even in trouble because it's
Okay.
very small quantities of black powder. However, when they open up the smaller barrels with the
Those
Matt-
are mine, though.
Huh?
Is Kiko's gonna tell them that those are mine, though. I
Alright.
had those before.
So you say that as they pop open the
Why Why?
Because they're mine. Listen, they don't need to know.
hold on, I think I wrote down the wrong name for them. I wrote Magis. Did I tell you guys they were called Magisteel or?
I
Stone.
don't think you use that specific term.
Okay, yeah, I wrote down the
But
wrong one then. I meant to say Magistone in my notes.
Oh,
Right,
oh, yes, you did. You did. Magistone, yes.
There we go. Good. All right.
Why are you
so
playing it chaotic stupid?
so
Yeah, well,
at the sight of the Magistone, their eyes are freaking popping. Like they are like, what the fuck? Because basically, what they're holding is like a year's pay of their stuff. Like that's a year's pay for them. What they're holding right now, and they look at you. They look back at the Magistone, look back at you, and they go, "Where did you get this?" Like
one second,
serious piercing tone. Where did you get this?
oh no.
At this point, due to their tone, the head guard is actually walking towards the carriage you guys are at.
Oh no. They're gonna take my Magistone from me.
They're waiting for an answer.
Oh yeah, yes. I'm gonna tell them that I've been collecting it over years.
Roll persuasion with disadvantage.
Shit. That's no, help me. Wait. Mm-mm. Alright, persuasion disadvantage, let's go. Let's go, boyo. Hey.
They don't believe you. They are just like no, no. Well,
Did. You gonna tell me I did it?
you didn't. I quit, and one of them says, Magistone is one of the most sought after valuable substances in the entire world, and is most cultivated here in Nordred. If you're part of a caravan that first has only just arrived here, the idea that you somehow collected this much over years is insane.
Yes.
Short of having the greatest luck on the planet, it's
know
not
a lot of people.
possible.
What do you mean?
So...
I trade ports all the...
Does anyone want to, before I keep going, does anyone else want to help out Kiko? Because all of you are in close enough proximity, you hear this, or if not see this going on. Does anyone want to try and help
Some of our high charisma people go step in and save his butt.
Oh, no.
Because this is pretty bad.
Oh.
Yeah, because at this moment, 4 more rangers are now popping up surrounding Kiko, cutting off any chance to run.
Oh, no.
Anyone want to help him?
Oh, I didn't want to do this. I'm gonna walk out of my caravan.
All right.
Make my presence known. Hand over my bag. Say, all right, we're doing the search thing. So you found Kiko's hidden supply. So we encountered a pack of elite goblins while we were out guarding the caravan. You may or may not believe what we have to say, but it's true. And while we were there, we encountered quite a bit of information. And if we're not mistaken, you also had a request from Nova to speak with, that she would like to speak with you after the search and what feels as though is going to be a seizure as of this moment. We are more than willing to cooperate and to have a conversation with you about this stuff, but everything that we have on our persons was acquired in the battle at the mill with the goblins. And these goblins were well intelligent. They had excellent pack tactics. They came into our camp unnoticed, stole our goods, and we went back and we retrieved them. And while we were there, we encountered a lot of unusual stuff that you would not expect goblins to have, but they had it, and we acquired it. So,
Do you
are
have
there
any
any
proof
additional
of this?
questions?
Do you have any proof that you fought goblins?
Yeah, we do, and we would like to discuss in private with that. That's the reason why Nova requested an audience with you afterwards.
It was Argo who requested the private.
Okay,
audience.
Argo.
So he gives you a look over. Roll persuasion, not with disadvantage or advantage, just flat persuasion.
Yeah, so if I say anything right now, it's going to be disadvantage.
Definitely. 100%.
16.
So the captain kind of nods his head. He looks at his men. He looks at Kiko, the Kenku. Looks back at you and says, "Very well. We will not seize him for now." And one of the rangers who had shackles prepared kind of puts it back in on his belt. But we will be seizing the Magistone until we can clarify that this was salvaged from goblins. And if then, I'm not even sure our laws allow
Now,
Magistone
I
to be
understand
held in
that.
such
Now,
a way.
will we receive a notice right now with your signature on it saying that you've seized it and that we have the ability to come and collect it so that it just doesn't mysteriously disappear?
Of course.
Because, we've all had issues with guards that do that, and I don't want to assume that you would do that, nor would you want to assume that we're criminals. I think above board that would be fair, wouldn't you?
I would. One of the rangers pulls up basically a clipboard. It's not an actual. I would describe it as it's basically a flat wooden slate where they have papers held on by a bolt in the corners. And He quickly writes up in his signature the seizure and hands you the sheet of paper stating that they had seized the Magistone and that if it is deemed legally yours, it will be returned to you.
I take that paper and I put it in my my scroll case.
All right.
And then, so is this where we continue the rest? And I put my hands against the carriage and I spread my arms out and say, "Okay, I'm ready. I know I've been through this before."
Right. So they search you. Remind me, did you have anything like the? Like
I had one of the small barrels. I never opened mine, so I am under the assumption that it's the black powder and it's not the Magistones.
Was it lightweight or was it heavyweight? Remind me, because I didn't note it.
I grabbed.
I noted you had it, but I didn't know the weight.
Yeah, you said mine was light, so I didn't have it.
Okay, so yeah, yours is black powder. So they go through your stuff, they do you a quick search, and when they find the barrel, they pop it open, see that it's the black powder, and likewise, as they've done with everybody who's had it so far, they note it, but they put the seal back on and put it back in the bag and give it back to you. So they've done your search. So they quickly, the Rangers quickly finish up their search across all of the carriages. Nova is also patted down, so is Argo. Everyone's checked, and nothing of notice really found. And without incident, everyone else is cleared. So you guys are now. The Rangers kind of slink off into the tree line and quickly fade away. You completely lose track of them within minutes. And the head captain stands in front and then signals you all to come forward, signaling you are now allowed in, and the gates once again fully reopen. And the caravan makes its way into the city. I'd say it's more of a town. Into the town. Alright, so once, I'm assuming everyone's in a carriage, correct?
Yes.
Right. So once your caravan enters the city, you are then, by other guards wearing heavier armor, escort the caravan around basically what looks like a very large courtyard. A bunch of really nice traditional Gothic buildings, mostly wood structures. A lot of morning lights coming on of candle lights in the windows and such. There's a fountain in the center of the cobblestone courtyard. It's got 4 bears around the center, all with their mouths open, in a sitting position, spewing water out. It's very decorative, very beautiful. And as you all are being escorted down a pretty decently long street, it appears that they're taking you to a dead-end district or area of the fairly large town, where your oxen are going to be housed and the carriages are going to be stored. All right, so important notice to all the merchants who have come here, and to all others who are either escorting or traveling with them. The laws of the city are not too uncommon around the world. No thieving, no murdering, no fighting, and certainly. Oh crap! I lost my train of thought. Damn. I wrote that. And certainly, no back-talking us gods. It's not a punishable offense, but you'll definitely get challenged, especially late at night, challenged to an arm wrestling match. And he kind of just chuckles at his own joke. This is a different guard, by the way. This is not the captain that let you guys in. Alright, so for buildings around here that are most important for each of you to remember, right across the street from here, where your ox-drawn carriages are, is the local inn. If you would like to set up shop there, they got plenty of rooms available. And you look around, and the building is fairly large. It's about 3 or 4 stories tall. It's one of the taller buildings in the whole city, whole town. Sorry, that's most notable, especially since right on the front, you can see a little hanging sign. I want you guys to think of. Have you guys ever been to Ireland or Scotland? Do you know the traditional wooden hanging signs that are like hung on like the entrance of a business?
never been to Ireland or Scotland, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it's got like it's got the symbol or the outline of the shop's purpose or even its name right out front. It's like a little sign that just kind of
Like when like,
flap
in
the wind.
Oblivion, when you walk into the town, they have like the little symbol over
Yeah.
the shops and stuff.
Like the name of the shop as well.
Yeah, and the one you're looking at, it shows a mother bear. The symbol is of like a larger bear. You assume mother bear with a small cub nestled against it, and it says, "Let me find my sheet. Hold on. This is a completely different sheet. There we go. And it says, Ursa's Den."
Guys, I'm so sorry about that. I'm back. Did you even hear me say, hey, I gotta go?
No, I didn't. How long have you been gone?
Shortly after, where did you get this to our dumbass companion?
You've been gone that
Yeah.
long?
Yes!
We resolved the issue.
Okay.
Like, they have the Magistone in their custody right now. And speaking of which, I'm gonna eye them. Whichever one has the Magistone, I'm gonna eye the shit out of them.
Well,
We'll see where it goes.
the large group of rangers are now entering the city as you guys are getting like your instructions and everything, along with all the contraband that they've what's the term? Confiscated.
Yeah.
But
my
as
two,
a go ahead.
my 2 barrels of Magistone.
Okay, how did you guys resolve it? Did you just come clean and say, hey, we looted this from the goblins? Did you think to mention how their leader was talking about a master? Did you think to mention how, hey, maybe there's some shit going on that the goblins are being used for? Did you think to try diplomacy at all, or did you just keep lying to them?
Which of those questions is the party supposed to answer first?
I'll say, I think we came clean.
How about none of them, because I'm venting?
Okay. The party, after you left, what happened was Dracorius, with a very heavy sigh, jumped in to stand up for Kiko. He rolled a pretty decent persuasion, a 16, to convince them that, at the very least, that Kiko did not steal the Magistone, but instead that you guys had acquired it from fighting goblins. At which point, the guard and the rangers noted that that if that is the truth, they still needed to confiscate it, and if any further evidence that is the truth must be presented, it must be presented at the security office in private. And until then, they are confiscating it, but they chose, after Dracoria's persuasion, not to arrest Kiko, and instead just simply confiscate the Magistone. At the current moment, you guys have just been allowed in, and everyone's been searched, everything's been handled. You've now been allowed into the city, and you guys were escorted to a dead-end district where you're currently having another guard, not the captain, more or less do... What is that referred to as a dissertation? No, I think that's something else. He's explaining to you guys like the rules of the city, the basic rules, and more or less some etiquette, and he's now gesturing to points of interest in the town. The first of which was Ursa's Den, which is the local inn. It's a very large inn. It's more than 3 stories.
Yes.
Yep, and it is where most visitors to the town will stay. It's not a very... Keep in mind, this isn't like the largest town you've ever seen or anything. It's not a city. It's close to a city. You can tell just from entering it that there's lots of notable buildings, lots of tall towers, and the city is probably square mile across. Is probably the town, really. It's probably a good 2 miles from the center in any direction. It's a rather large circular town, but it's not a full-blown bustling metropolis or anything. And obviously there's not a lot of people walking around. It's pretty early in the morning.
So are there other buildings of interest other than Ursa's
Yes,
Inn?
I was just about to get to those before Landry returned. Alright, so other places of interest you might be thinking about checking out while you're in town, wonderful merchants. Obviously, we have the Market District, which is on the other side of the town. and he gestures to the courtyard, to the opposite street that leads from the center of the, across from the fountain. You can tell from at this distance that there's like a number of, it's a pretty wide street. That one's like twice as wide as the one you're down. The one you're down currently is only wide enough for like one carriage to go through at a time. But the one he's gesturing to, you could fit like 3 across. And in the center is like a strip of like little shack. What do you call those? Little merchant shacks.
Vendor stalls?
Yeah, vendor stalls. A little set of vendor stalls all in the center, kind of facing backwards from one another. And you could most of them have tarps over them or ropes or things like that to obscure them or hide them. But you can tell that's what they are in the center, and that they'll probably open up in a little while. So down in the Merchants District, later on in the day, you'll find normal market vendors who sell any number of wandering goods, but the most notable shop in the entire Merchant District is Miss Navaria's Wondrous Goods. There, she mostly peddles the most obscure and strange items, but keep in mind, if you don't have the coin, she doesn't have the time for you. And he quickly like pulls out like a small little like note to his side. Also, I need to note this, but the residential district for the regular citizens of this fine town are down the opposite end from where we are. Now, so he's just by opposite end. He doesn't mean like opposite like the merchants is, which is directly across the courtyard, but he gestures to like a 90-degree angle from like the center well of the courtyard. You guys can't see it from your angle, but he's essentially saying, now down that way is where most of the citizens live, and if you go far enough down it, you'll reach the Lord Regent of this town and of the area. Go check that name. I have so many pages of this shit. Ah! Jeez, that jumped me.
Sorry. Free some time.
Okay.
It's going to be a few hours. Yes. No. Okay. Mother's Day? Alrighty. Love you, Chris. Okay, phone call over.
Okay. Anyway, down that street, if you go far enough, you'll reach the Lord Regent of the realm of this particular region of Nordred's domain and home. Now, I tell you that not to go there, but if you would like to, just know you will be met with quite the resistance from us local guard. The Lord Regent has much to deal with in these times of strife, without having to deal with a bunch of strangers who have no bearing on current events. And
who's the current Lord Regent?
The current Lord Regent is... Let me double check the name. Lady Maria Ruger. And before you ask anything about her, she's a very private person.
I have no questions. I was just curious as to who it was, so that in case it came up, we would know. Never hurts to know.
Quickly, this is where Nova kind of speaks up. Speaking of Maria, Miss Ruger, that is. Lady Ruger to you, Dragonborn. Yes, Lady Ruger. May I ask, what exactly is her position in the overall kingdom at the moment? Why do you ask? I have my reasons. Well, I have my reasons for not telling you. It's quickly at one of the other guards that is there, kind of rolls his eyes. He goes, hey, Milady Ruger is one of the members of the of the Luna Geist, which another guard like elbows him. It's not Luna. As I explained to you guys last time, that's like the derogatory term for the Council of Geist. And the bigger, more announcer guy kind of just puts his index and thumb around his around the brim of his nose and is just kind of clearly doesn't have massive control over the men he's currently working with. Early morning, everybody's acting a little odd.
Yeah, they let a Kinku into town.
Alright, so any further questions? Nova's done asking questions after that. You guys want actually, no, I should probably do it this way. Alright, before I allow you all off the leash, any further questions for me or my guards who clearly feel the need to speak this morning?
No, not particularly. I think now would be a good time to meet with Commander Braun.
Alright. If you want to see the commander, just into the residential district, not actually down it, is the security office. It's the larger building right before the district begins. You can recognize it by the sign with the 2 cross swords with the wolf's head. And he hops down off this like little pedestal, like box thing he had with him. And the guards disperse. And now the merchants are kind of all like relaxed and are now like speaking amongst themselves like, oh my god, that was so stressful. What would you guys like to do?
I would like to accompany Nova and I'm blanking on his name.
Argo?
Yes, Nova and Argo to go meet with Commander Braun. Is it Braun or Baron?
Braun.
Braun. Okay, all right. I wrote the name.
B-R-O-N, if you want to write it down. Alright. Right now, Dracoria... sorry. I don't know why. God damn it. I really need coffee. Right now, Nova and Argo are actually heading to the inn real quick. They're going to register everybody who's staying around the inn, because not everyone can potentially fit in it or afford the rooms, so a lot of them are probably going to stay in their carriages still. But they're going to register that they're right outside and make sure that the oxen are registered in their little stable area. So if you'd like to follow them in there or get set up with the rooms yourselves, or...
yeah. Can I request that we take our halfway point? Because I really got to use the bathroom.
Yep, we can do it right here. This is a pretty good time. Alright, everybody, 10-minute break.
Sounds good. Asmogan, where did the Rangers go?
When they slinked off, they waited for you guys to basically enter the city proper, and then once you guys were getting your spiel done, they then re-entered the city from the same gate you guys came from.
They all ninja'd away.
Briefly.
Okay, where are they now?
Currently, they are in the security office. Most of them.
Should probably head there, get that cleared up.
Yep, to the security office. Away.
Alright, do you still want to go with Nova and Argo? Because they went into the inn to register themselves as being there.
Maybe we should register ourselves first, because make a full court presence of this.
Yes.
Alright, so did you guys all want to go to the inn with them, and then after they're done there, follow them to the security office, I assume?
To the inn! Away!
Finally! First of my pre-drawn maps we get to use. Pre-drawn as in I drew them on my own time.
Yes.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, it's flipped. That says Ursa's Den, Irvine Village, but the webcam flips it. Alright, so... Oh, that's kind of rotating weird. There we go. Alrighty, so you guys...
The classic 4-table, 4-seater inn.
Yes. Alright, so... Nova... And... Who's a good... I'll just use another one of these. Alright. Nova and... There we go. Are both at the front. And each of you guys enter as well. Alright, so you guys have now entered the Ursa's Den. Now, once you enter, you notice that the place is fairly sparsely populated. There's only a couple of drunks sitting around. 1 or 2 at a table. The only major thing of note, really, is you guys do notice a ranger who's an older ranger. His green mask is down and there's a bit of a white beard kind of sticking out from under his hood, and he's smoking a pipe with a book in front of him and some little snacking foods in a bowl next to him. He's right here. I will signify him with this until I can find a mini that looks enough like him. You know what, this is close enough. Use that instead. So, we got the ranger there. He's just there. And other than that, there's maybe like one or two other drunks. A couple guys at the bar. And the bartender themselves, who I will use... I have a good one for this. I'll use this card. And the bartender himself, who is currently speaking to Nova and Argo. So I assume you guys want to walk up and participate in that conversation?
That is correct.
Might be kind of hard. The Lantern's going to walk up to the bar, and the bartender's not even going to be able to see him.
Alright. So each of you walk up to the bar. Alright, so as you walk up to the conversation, once you actually properly enter it, you overhear the beginnings of the conversation. They only started about a brief moment before you entered. Hello, good sir. We would like to register ourselves in town here at the inn, and would also like to note our and pay for our oxen who are currently being cared for in your stables. Alright. There. For the registration, that'll be 1 gold coin per person.
Ouch.
Which Nova pulls up a sack begrudgingly and counts out basically the rough number of her constituents and fellow members of the caravan, including you guys, by the way.
Nani?
Well, they're covering you guys as well for your registration of being in the city. You guys are their employees, after all, essentially. And though it's technically Borik's job to do this, he's incapacitated, so Nova and Argo have in a way, unofficially taken over that employment. So they cover you guys as well.
So she is my boss now. I do take her orders.
Now she is. Now that Borik is out of commission.
I chopped his arm off.
Technically, he would have died otherwise, so you just saved your employer.
Yes. I'm just pointing out. I felt like saying it for no real reason.
Alright, so... yeah, so he takes the money, he counts it out, he looks out the window, he's kind of gauging whether this is the correct amount. And he puts it aside and pulls out a large sheet of paper, basically. It's like that clipboard you saw before. It's like a fold out of like people registering their names, and puts it in front of Argo and says, "Alright, just write everybody's name in. I'll note the number of coin, and that's how many people are now currently occupying." "Thank you, good sir." And he begins writing out names very quickly in each slot. "Must we name everybody?" "Yep, short of children." He went, "Thank you." And just continues right away. Nova kind of, folds her arms, in frustration. "Alright, and the oxen?" The oxen, if you want to get a room, they'll be covered along with that in a bundle price. I'll sell that to you for 2 gold coins for a room for the week, and for the oxen being taken care of at the stable as the bundle deal. And for the oxen alone without the room? How long you staying? 1 week, would you say? I would say at least 1 week, at least at this point. Alright, I'd say about another gold piece. How about 800 silver? Can't do anything less than 900, sweetheart. 885. Alright. Just because you're so nice. And she pulls up another sack of silvers and trades out roughly that amount.
Such negotiating prowess.
Sorry, I used hundreds there, should have been 80s. So, 80 silver, sorry.
So, what's the monetary breakdown?
Which is exactly why I just had to note that. The monetary breakdown is 100 silvers, 1 gold. 100 copper, 1 silver.
And that's relative to Nordred, not relative to 5e rolls.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I went all out in customizing the economy here.
Yes, you did. I love it.
Can you post that breakdown in the Discord after the session so that we have that? Or did I miss it?
It's been there. It's under Call of Nordred. It's been there since 2 weeks before our first session.
Oh, well, I mean, I joined the day of the first session, so...
Yeah, it's been right under Call of Nordred world info. Conversion rate should be right there.
Nope, yep, there it is. Huh. How'd I miss that? Well, shit.
Everyone misses something. So after all that has been converted and he's taken the coin, Nova seems all done, but she's kind of just sitting back and looks at you guys. Alright, are you guys getting rooms or are you staying out in the carriages with us?
I'll be staying out in the carriages.
Alright.
I don't actually need sleep, unlike you meatbags, so I will be out tinkering all night, so you may use any of the rooms you want.
And quickly the inn bartender who goes, well, if you're sure you want to stay out in the caravan, that's fine. But keep in mind, if you get a room with us, it's guaranteed breakfast, lunch, and dinner if you're here for it, and a meal of the day, as well as a discount on drinks.
Well, I don't eat or drink, so...
He kind of gives you like a look.
Landry looks at his tiny little coin purse and looks back up at, the bartender. Innkeep looks back at his coin purse like temptation racks him.
So how much would a room be for the week?
For the whole week, I'd say about 90 silver. If it's just you in your one room.
And I look over at Nova and I ask, are we staying for the week?
Which she whispers back, I'm not entirely sure. I'd like us to leave sooner than that, but I don't know if Boric will be ready to go by the end of the week. So I'm paying in advance for a week.
Okay, so I would like 3 days.
And the bartender goes, okay, 3 days. That'll be about 45 silver. Sound like a fair deal?
I do not have that much silver on me. Can you make change?
Yes, he can make change.
All right, I'll give him 1 gold piece and get back my 60, correct?
5. You'd get 55 back, because it's 45 silver, 100. The rates are by 100, so you'd get 55 back.
Okay, so...
55 silver back.
Silver. Oh, that was super easy. Oh, wow. So, do I get a key?
Yep. He quickly bends down underneath the bar, pulls out a small wooden box, a little chest, clicks it open with like a not really a key, but it's like a brief bit of magic. He kind of taps the lock with his finger, says a word under his breath, and it flips open. And he pulls out 1 key and hands it to you. It's a small little steel key with a number engraved on the end, 2. Yeah, you'll be in room 2. Second room up the stairs.
Thank you, sir. And I will take the key and I will put it in my pocket.
Alright. Now keep in mind, you can see it, that's room 2.
Yeah, I expected the middle room was room 2.
Yep. Just in case.
Barkeep, if I might inquire upon the prices of your libations.
He kind of gives you a look like the word libations. You mean food or drink?
How much is the booze, sir?
And he goes, well, we have our basic Nordic mead, which is, if you're getting a whole pint, it's about 4 silvers. If you're looking for a tableful or a round, you're looking for more closer to 20, 30 silvers, depending on how big the group. We obviously, I like to do little discounts here and there for group prices. So if you want to bring in a large swath of people who all want a round, I'd always love to do discounts. So that's just something I want to throw in there. If you're looking for a more pricier, upper class drinks, which we do have a few assortments of, Southern Isle wine. He kind of says as he put his hand aside, not actually trying to whisper, but kind of pretending, doing that mocking whisper. It's like, Southern Isle wine, it's really good stuff. One sip from this and you'll be feeling it. It's delicious. Which Nova quickly whispers to you, Landrin. It's also called blood wine, and it's way strong. Be careful around it.
I don't drink, but thank you.
And she just kind of winks your way, like, I got you.
I don't.
How much was it?
Yeah. So the upper, so he quickly looks at it, and he says, so 1 glass of that Southern Isle wine is a solid gold piece. To which Argo cocks his eye at it as he stops writing names. 1 gold piece seems rather steep for Southern Isle wine. And the bartender kind of puts his fist on his hip. Hey, why do you say that? Well, if we were in the Southern Isles, it's a common drink. In fact, it's as common as your mead is here. And the guy kind of cocks both his eyes up. Says, well, we're not in the Southern Isles, now are we? Kind of a small stare off between the two of them.
Import
It's straight
taxes,
cheap.
import taxes aside, is it possible to pay for a tab up front?
Pay for tap up front. What are you aiming for there?
TAB tab.
Tab. Okay, get a tab going?
Yes, but put the gold up front instead.
So like prepay like an allotment, and that way when you
Yes.
come in you can just ask for drinks and that'll be just added to the tab
Uh-huh.
until the predetermined amount runs out.
Uh-huh.
Alright. So he looks at you and he goes, well, if you really want to, I'm all for that. This big wide grin. Argo goes back to writing names.
Alrighty. Landrin is going to pull 2 gold coins out of his coin purse and mage hand. Do I have mage hand? Fuck, I forgot to check.
I
Well,
believe
I'm
you
going to be
do.
real mad at him. Yeah, I match it. He's going to mage hand the 2 gold coins up onto the counter for him.
Alright. So he takes the 2 gold coins and pulls a sheet. You can't really see it from your side, but he kind of drags it aside from his side of the bar, writes something down. You assume the tab amount. He puts the 2 coins in another chest, and he goes, alright, you're all registered for your tab. Keep in mind it's only 2 gold coins. And trust me, I count.
Naturally.
And he shakes your hand. Yeah, well, he reaches over and tries to shake your hand.
Landrin is going to reach way up on his tippy toes and then kind of stand up on his tail, lifting himself, and shake his. He knows how to shake. He was taught shake as a child.
Alright.
I would
Roll
like
over just
to
comes naturally.
thank Mandarin I would like to thank Landrin and empty out my water skin and have him fill it with wine for me, please.
And now you're asking for like common bread wine, or are you looking more for the? You're looking for more the upscale Southern Isle wine.
How much? So if you were to fill my water skin with the upscale wine, would that blow out the 2 gold he already has on reserve?
Well, keep in mind a glass. Like when I think of a glass, it's like the equivalent, like 2.5 shots is like a glass. So
Yeah,
one of those
dinky,
is a gold piece.
one of those dinky fancy cups that
Okay.
doesn't really hold
Yeah.
much.
So it's not a lot.
Yeah. So I'll just take the cheap shit.
Okay.
Because my thing can hold 4 pints.
Right. And just assume he says this, but cheap wine, basically the equivalent of a pint of the cheap wine that they sell is probably 3 silver. So, remind me, how much does a water skin hold?
4 pints.
4 pints, so 3 times 4,
Silver.
12 silver. Alright, so I assume you give him the 12 silver?
Well, he is taking it off of the tab I set up.
Okay, right. So, I'll have to note that. Hold on.
Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna cast even worse evils upon you because my grand plan now comes into fruition. If anyone upon the list that my dear friend Argo here puts down comes and asks for a drink, they are under the tab I've set up. So 2 gold for you, sir.
Like, careful, Kiko might just exploit that.
Like, he's already exploiting that.
You know,
All of us have had a rough journey and could use a moment to just drink.
Second, do my conversion. Because my brain doesn't want to do shit right now.
So it's 200 silvers.
We could,
minus 12.
but we have other business that needs to be taken care of first.
Yep.
Yes, but the merchants, our merchant friends, could sit down and have a pint if they want.
So, so just to let you know, what's left on your tab is 188 silver.
Naturally.
Or 1 gold and 88 silver. Alright, so...
oh, no.
You guys... so Nova turns to you guys and says, "Alright, we're about to head to the security office now that we're all registered in town. Would you like to come with us?"
Naturally.
Alright. Just write something down real quick. Basically, I'm just double checking I wrote down the prices. I didn't check down shit. Okay. Alright, so you guys make your way. I didn't pre-draw the town office, or the security office, unfortunately, so... Damn. Note to self, do that later. Alright, so you guys make your way... I didn't draw it, so I don't think I'll need to. But you guys make your way to the security office in town with Nova and Argo. And once you enter the security office, once you get across the courtyard, you immediately walk in, and the building's fairly large. The ceiling is a good 12 feet up. The whole building looks on the outside like it could be 2 stories, but it's basically one large office without a second building. There is like a small balcony, but it's not like an official second floor or anything, where they can go up and they look out like the outer windows, and they might have a couple desks up there to organize papers. And you just see some general office workers moving around in cloaks, basic garb, and obviously rangers coming in and out. Kind of think of it like a police station in like a movie, but fantasy version. People coming in and out, a couple like vagabonds, criminals, drunkards being processed, And there once you enter in as well, past like that basic stuff, there's some benches on the side. In the main room, there's like there's an assortment of like a main desk with a solid glass between you and the person on the other side. And on the other side of the glass, you don't notice any holes or anything in the glass. But once you approach, you notice that like a small magical, almost like the glass suddenly thins and kind of bleeds away a little bit for a small opening for you to talk to the person on the other side. And they quickly look up, and the person on the other side of the desk, where Argo and Nova immediately got to, is wearing a bear pendant on their chest. And they quickly look up and bow to the newcomers to the city. Says, "Hello, my name is Carlos. How can I help you in today's business?" And he's kind of taking note that each of you are kind of different looking, so he's not familiar with most of you, or even your races. So.
Already.
I would like to make an insight check to see if he's racist.
Huh?
Hey, if he's checking us out because we all look different, I want to make sure this guy isn't gonna give us bad treatment just because.
So just insight, really.
Yeah, really.
Okay.
That's
so
I'm just doing flavor here.
Roll insight.
I'd just like to point out this is Dungeons and Dragons, and everyone is racist. So,
well, I mean, some of us have already come across it. You know, Kiku has already.
To anyone watching at home, don't take this uber seriously. Obviously, just saying.
Yeah, no, we're not being serious.
No. All right, so persuasion. Oh no, that's from earlier. Insight 13.
take it seriously, chicks. Be racist.
Wow.
Well, just so you know, I don't get it at all.
You get the vibe that this guy doesn't have like any ill intention or ill heart towards you guys. More like he's just used to Nordred and the way things are there, and used to seeing were creatures. Dragonborn are slightly more common, but he's still, it's still like a rare sight. Tieflings, if anything, are the most common thing that he might see. So you're probably like the least jarring, but this like mix of people, like not only are your garb, but your races, he's just not used to you. Like you're different, but he's not scared, not fearful, not hateful. More or less, just he's noting it in his mind, like, oh, this isn't what I see every day. But you get a well-mannered kind of vibe off the guy. Right. So Nova quickly steps up. We're here to not only acquire some of our confiscated goods, potentially, but we're also here to report in a possible series of crimes that we'd like the Nordred government to be aware of. And he kind of gets this wide-eyed stare, like, crimes? Like petty theft, or? I mean, I feel something far more serious than that.
I don't think I like where this is going.
And the guy's eyes kind of widen because he can really sense the serious tone Nova's trying to sell here. So he says, "One moment," and he stands up, and the glass, magically kind of like reforms and thickens. And you can see him through the glass run off to like that little back office area that's blocked off by some wooden panels and a door. And about maybe a minute goes by. He comes back with with Commander Braun, and Braun comes in and comes around the side of the glass, and a wooden door that you didn't notice there, kind of like the handle forms, and he opens it and comes out into like the entryway where you guys are, the lobby, if you will. I didn't expect you all so soon. I thought you'd all be resting at the inn.
Matters are rather serious.
As I understood, yes. The first thing I'd like to handle is the confiscated goods, since that'll be the quickest conversation I sense. The serious matter that, unless it is absolutely imperative we speak of this at this very second, he looks at Nova, and she goes, "It is rather serious, but if we can take care of the confiscated goods within a matter of minutes, it's alright if it waits." Alright? And he looks at you, Ballistarius. So you're the one with the large barrel, correct?
Indeed.
Did you bring it here, as I requested?
Yep, I brought it. It is waiting outside on my carrying
All right.
thing. My
Could you-
walker.
Could you bring it in, please?
I walk out, remove the barrel, and I walk back in, carrying it and place it on the floor.
Alright, so he kind of, he takes his cloak off and kind of hangs it on a rack nearby. So now he's just in his plain armor. And he gestures to all of you to another door. He says, follow me to the secondary room. This is where we're going to look over everything. So you all go there with the barrel. And once you enter this room, it's basically just a kind of little alcove room. It's not very big. It's got a slanted ceiling, kind of at a 30-degree angle. It's still it still ends at its lowest at about 3 feet above all your heads, but it's a noticeable incline. And in there's just an assortment of tables, each sprung about. Each one with a ranger nearby, basically laying out some goods, looking them over. And you also notice some cloaked individuals with staves. You can tell just at a glance that these are mages, and they're quickly going over each item, looking over them, performing different spells to ascertain what they are, their danger level, where they came from, all kinds of different disenchantments as well.
My money.
Currently, speaking of, your belongings that you acquired, Kiko, are actually being looked over by a mage nearest to you guys on a table. Each of the barrels is open, and they're just waving their hand over it, checking the spells, see if anything in particular is enchanted, besides the Magistone itself, natural enchantment. You want to say anything to them, or?
Well,
I'm not going to say
do ya?
anything, but I'm going to stare at them.
Okay. Alright, so as you're staring at them, the mage quickly finishes whatever they're doing and turns, and the commander speaks up. Are those the other confiscated goods we got from the group out front this morning? The mage is a female human, blonde hair. Trying to think of anything. I'm just coming up with her on the spot. Blonde hair, blue eyes, standard gal of the area. I didn't find anything too suspicious other than the items being what they appear to be. Is the Magistone real? It is, and it's very, very high quality. Not pure. It's fractured somewhat, but it is damn refined for what it is.
It's also mine.
Alright. Can you tell if these are the same quality that are produced by our mines and our ore experts? As far as I can tell, it's very good refinement, but not quite on the level we're known for. If I had to say that these were possibly illegally produced, I'd have to say they were. I see. And he turns back to you, Kiko. Earlier you said that those were yours, and that each of you said that you had evidence that you fought goblins for them. Could you present that here now?
Present
Bed sheets.
the bed sheets. Yes.
Don't forget the cans.
Alright, the sheets. What about the letter? Sorry, the scroll of the note from the boss.
Yes, I'm going to hand it.
Alright, you gotta present that as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so he looks at the sheets, and they're just sheets to him. He's not like... These are torn.
Smell them. Smell them, sir.
They're smelly, but that doesn't mean
like
they're goblins.
goblins.
Someone could have just taken a
Elite
shit on them and
goblin.
cleaned off the shit. So he looks over the sheets. He's like, okay.
Excuse me just a second. Keep going, but excuse me.
Right. I'm gonna take a sip from my drink. So he takes a look at the sheet, and then he sees the letter of the goblins.
Back.
He hands it off to the mage, who quickly casts the...
Comprehend language.
Yeah. And whispers to him what it says. And he has this look of, oh, okay. And he asks, and he says to her, please, can you check to see how long ago this was written or anything? And she casts another spell underneath her breath. And whispers something to him. And he gets this look. He has this look of like relief almost on his face. Well, that's good. So this note, if I'm being generous, to the goblins, it was written not but a day ago at most. How long ago did you say you fought the goblins again?
We had encountered them last night.
I see. Where, if I may ask?
At the old lumber mill.
The old lumber mill?
Yes.
We
They were held up.
That seems odd. We checked there maybe 2 days ago at most. There were no goblins at all nearby.
Well, it's not there anymore, so you don't have to worry about it.
What do you mean?
It was burnt to the ground during the battle.
And then he kind of puts his hand on his face. So that's the plume of smoke my rangers went to investigate.
So just so that we're clear, the lumber mill itself is what burnt to the ground. However, all of the outhouses that are outside are still there, and the bodies of the goblins will be there as well. So if you were to dispatch a squad to go take a look and investigate, you will find that everything we are saying can be corroborated that way.
And he nods and he goes, well, if that plume of smoke was what we thought it was earlier in the night, I sent 3 rangers to investigate. More than likely they've already arrived there by now, shortly after each of you probably left. Though, if they haven't returned quite yet, I assume they will within the hour, and they can ascertain if what you say is true. If so, good news. But as it is, I'm leaning towards believing each of you. You seem here the evidence is rather solid. Now, the problem that still arises is the legality of allowing this Magistone to return to your possession. And he looks back to Kiko.
So I have a question. Earlier, you had specified that the spoils of war were perfectly legal in Ursine. So considering these are spoils of war, doesn't that trump
it's in Nordred. Just to clarify, Ursine Village, Ursine, that town, city, is a part of the Kingdom of Nordred. They're Nordraic. They're just one region with a specific lord. A lord regent of their realm. Their lord is one of the lords on the Council of Geist that service and ascertain the rulings of the nation currently.
Yep,
so they're just one part of it.
Okay, but I hear what you're saying, but in context of the conversation that Commander Braun had, was that spoils of war the salvage you get specifically from combat with those who are deemed criminals as it is. Yes, the salvage is typically considered returnable. The reason that it's debatable, the legality of the Magistone being returned, is Magistone is a completely different substance. It's not a weapon. It's not like money. It's like not normal money. It's a highly valued commerce in the nation. It's a resource of immense value. And to just return it to some stranger who claims to have gotten it from goblins, even if he does believe that you got it, and it's ascertained that you did fight goblins for it, it also will likely belong to a lord or to a higher nobility. So it'd be like returning the deeds to you guys. You guys, not the owners of the deeds, for example.
I'm just saying, we feel robbed. We feel really robbed. This is not the first time I've been customs out of loot.
We've earned this.
Keep in mind,
that's
he's
why
debating
I'm trying
this.
to debate the issue to try and win him over by allowing us to keep it. I'm trying to persuade him here.
Okay.
That was the reason why I asked the question.
Okay.
You brought up good law and order, and he's like, do I want to apply the law equally here?
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm trying to split hairs here.
Okay. He kind of sits back. He kind of leans back into the table where he and the major standing, and where the goods are said, and he kind of puts his hands together, kind of contemplatingly. He says, well, how about this? I return these Magistones to you if I'm allowed to contact the Lord first. If no nobility or higher standing or minds have reported a theft, these will be returned to you immediately.
I have a counter proposal. As long as Kiku is okay with this, I would like to propose that, one, you go ahead, contact the Lord, make sure it's not stolen. However, if they are stolen, we would like monetary value for retrieving stolen goods for the Lord, equal to how much the Magistones would be.
I cannot negotiate that on behalf of the Lord, but I can guarantee you I will personally ensure that compensation is received to you. If not from the Lord, then from my very own pockets.
The worst case scenario here. The worst case scenario here is it's the Lord's, and the Lord is very happy with us for this.
Wait.
And that's kind of the reason what I was going with, without screwing over Kiko and making sure he got, compensation for it.
So what's going to happen is that they're going to go around, ask a bunch of lords if they've seen some missing stones, and any of the lords could say yes, and we're just going to lose it. How about you look through your records to see if you have a reported crime? Because if something is that valuable that's been stolen recently, you would have a report of it already.
Well, maybe not necessarily in our region. This theft could have happened further north where the primary amount of the mines are.
Yeah, but the goblins...
I only have a list of crimes of the local region, not the whole kingdom.
Landrin just kind of looks slowly at the Kiko. Elite goblins. I'd be like, you fucker.
So the Commander Braun stands up and quickly says, I will contact the Lord immediately. Normally she's awake at this hour, and she does take my calls from time to time. In but a moment I can figure this whole mess out. So he quickly leaves the room. While he's going to be gone for a few minutes, so you guys want to talk to the mage or to any of the rangers in the room who are looking stuff over, or just wait?
I would like to ask the mage about the currency value of the black powder, considering they seem so enamored with it.
So she, so that's just like that phrasing, right? No different.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the value of the black powder is not really the issue. It's not why we're investigating it so thoroughly with you guys. It's the potency. Typically, black powder is mixed with other things, sand, dust. It's to lack a better term, it's watered down in its usages. Typically, black powder is used for small fireworks, magic mimicry, things like that. It's not usually used as a weapon. So to see it in this potency and in this amount, it's very easily ascertained that this is some kind of weapon. This is some kind of device meant for large-scale destruction. I can't think of why so much pure black powder would be in such dense amounts otherwise. So that's our primary concern and why we're registering best as we can your intentions with it, and also keeping in mind that it exists in this amount. As for its monetary value, if I could only estimate, I'm not a merchant, but I'd say roughly, if I had to guess, if you were to sell that whole barrel, you'd probably get 30, 40 gold? Easy for it. It's quite potent.
What about the small barrels? And I pull out mine and, let her take a look at it, make sure, it's the same quality.
The quality is roughly the same. I'd say if there is any difference, it's marginal. I'd say each of those small barrels worth, you could probably sell for 5, maybe 7 gold each. Keep in mind, I'm not a merchant. I don't know the exact rates.
No. I was just looking for a round number. I have heard that Miss Navari's Wondrous Goods has some interesting items, and I think this small barrel that I possess might be a item that she would like for trade. So I was just curious from getting your professional opinion on it, if it would seem something that might be of value and or interest that she may be interested in.
Right. At the name Miss Novari, you get a look on this mage's face like, yeesh. She just kind of grimaces, kind of winces, kind of cringes a little bit. She went, Miss Novari, good luck. And she just kind of smiles, just kind of makes a motion like she would pat your shoulder. Good luck with that one.
Oh, lovely.
Another one of the rangers overhearing the conversation kind of looks over, and when you said Novari as well, he kind of like slinked away, like kind of lowered his head, like kind of like he was also cringing but trying to hide it.
I would like to do an insight to see if I can get a deeper meaning as to their reaction at
Go ahead and roll insight.
Call of her name.
Go ahead and roll.
Oh, that's a 9.
Yep. You can just tell that they're cringing at the name. You can't tell why. You can't really tell. You can't really get a grasp solidly of what's motivating that cringe. You just notice it. It's rather solid cringe.
May I try to roll insight?
Yep, you can try and roll as well.
Oh, normal, not disadvantage. Yeet. 20 total.
They are cringing and wincing because whoever this person is, they just have, you can tell that they've had some interesting, in air quotes, experiences with this person. Whoever they are leaves quite the impression. Very, very likely this person, by their reaction that you can judge, is eccentric, perhaps crazy to a degree. And probably a shrewd person as well. Especially with a ranger, you get a vibe that this guy probably got swindled with his reaction. He's just got this grimace of like, fuck my month's rent. That's what you're able to easily ascertain from their reactions.
I see.
Quite the quirky person you potentially may be dealing with.
Get wrecked, nerd. Dab. I'm just not say anything about it though. Not gonna worry about it.
As all this is going down, Braun returns into the room, stashing away an object into his back satchel. All right, I have good news. There is no reports of any theft recently from any noble, any mines. So, with that said, these crystals are yours.
You guys are gonna grab them instantly the second he says yours.
Keep in mind, they're not all in the barrels right now. A couple of them are spurned about, so
He's gonna grab all of them and start putting them in the barrels really quickly.
Okay. Then they let you. I mean, they are your items now.
Just pop the lid back on. Put it in the bag. Take the other one. Just
saying. And the mage quickly speaks up. Now, I will warn you, when it comes to selling those, other than Miss Novari's wondrous goods, there isn't a ton of places in town here you can sell them. If you want to hold on to them for a while, which, mind you, I wouldn't go flaunting that or telling people you have them. Like we said, these are valuable items around here, and people will come for them if they think that they can take you.
Goodness.
So, be mindful of who you speak to about having that many Magistones around.
Well, let's hope this stays between us.
Our fine feathered friend here wouldn't have said anything if you guys didn't seize them. So, there's that.
Well, you'll just be other than speaking to other rangers and to the town guard, there's likely none of us who will speak of it. Though, of course, I can't
Good to
speak
know.
for everyone.
You're gonna squint.
Well, does that take care of the matter of the goods then confiscated no more?
There is one thing I would like to establish. And Braun walks up to you, Belastarius. I want you to... Well, I more wish to plead with you, good sir. Do not sell that entire barrel to anyone you suspect of shady behavior. Like I said, like it has been said here, amongst the mages and myself, that is potent black powder. If detonated, that could destroy an entire wall of any of this city. It's incredibly potent.
I had no intention of doing so with this or selling it. In fact, I was going to inquire about any craftsmen with proper tools I could possibly use. I had some useful items for defense or offense I was planning to make, and I would be willing to sell some of them to you, the guard, for the defense of your city.
Well, that would be mighty helpful of you. If you're looking for a craftsman, metal workers in particular, there's Ivan's blacksmithy down the merchant district. He does pretty good work, and he's also an expert smelter.
Very good.
Keep in mind, he's a brash fellow. Be blunt, be honest, even if it sounds cruel, and he'll respect you more for it.
Sounds like a meat bag I could get along with.
Once you say the term meatbag, Braun kind of looks to the side, not sure how to respond to that. He goes, I suppose? At this point, Nova speaks up and goes, now that we've settled the matter of the contraband, can we please discuss the more serious matter? How serious would you say it is, Nova?
Do you potentially have a room that is silenced and, of magical means?
He gestures the blonde mage with him and says, my office, now. And he leads you to the other end of this hall with tables being searched, with items being searched over, and to another door on the opposite side. You guys go through that, go through a short hallway, take a left, and then down what you can assume is the other end of this whole building is this office. And he opens the door, the mage goes in first, and he gestures for all of you to go in as well.
I follow.
Right? So I assume everybody
Yeah,
does.
definitely.
Right, so everybody falls into the office. It's not the biggest office, so you all do take up a good portion of this room. I'd say it's probably a 9x9 box room, 9 foot by 9 foot. You get in there, and other than a couple of bookcases on the side, there's the main desk in front. He comes in, closes the door, and you see him pull out a key, which he quickly clicks the lock. And then he looks towards the mage, nods, and she begins chanting a spell, which you start seeing like a light, a kind of purplish light, kind of conjure up a dome around the office, just clinging to the walls, completely surrounding you guys.
That's a useful spell.
She's cast a silencing spell. No one outside of this sphere can hear us. Speak, so feel free to speak freely if you do trust me.
Lendrin would like to bring forth the letter.
Yeah.
So you in your little form, you quickly pull out the letter from a side satchel and basically just fling it towards him, and he grabs it and sits at his desk. There's only two other chairs in the room for the average normal guest he gets in his office. Nova took up one of them. Argo is standing. Anyone else want to take the other chair?
I'll sit in the other one.
All right.
Oh, dang it.
So you guys,
I'm too old for this shit.
first come, first serve. So he sits at his desk and he's looking over the letter and quickly reads it. Where do you have the envelope that this came in by chance?
It disintegrated when it turned into a curse that almost took Mr. Bjorn's arm off.
That's what I was afraid you'd say.
Well, he did take his arm off.
He kind of leans back.
Well, I took his arm off, but God damn it! I just fucking you. That was my fault too.
He looks at you, Landry, and he goes, "If you cut off his arm before that curse got all the way through him, you did that man a favor. Let me tell you this right now, son." And he puts the letter down. This isn't the first time the Khan's shenanigans have plagued Nordred, let alone my own region. This is troubling news.
The goblins mentioned a master that we wouldn't be able to stop, and I find it rather worrying that they were supplied with, powder and magistone this potent.
He looks to the mage and goes, "Madam, by chance, do you know what the magistone would have been used for the goblins?" Actually, she says, in relation to the black powder, magistone actually has an explosive element. Really? I've not heard of any accidental explosions with magistone. It takes magic energy to detonate them. It's not like fire or heat. If you can pass enough mana through one of the magistone, it can detonate a rather large explosion, especially the more pure the stones are. Do you really think that they would waste magistone just as an explosive? It's far more valuable as a trade good. I agree.
I don't mean to interject, but as you clearly said yourself, that the black powder itself is far more weaponized than you have normally seen. So the concern would be if there is a magistone that has the ability to detonate something of this caliber, it could wreak far more havoc than what you would normally see. So I think we have to keep that into account as well.
Quickly, you see a look on her face. Sir, and she gestures to you, Kiko. Could I by chance see the barrel that those gems are in again? Just the barrel.
Sure.
So she looks it over real quick, and you notice she's really looking for something. And as she kind of turns it over for a solid minute, she eventually has this look on her face like, oh dear. So she presents to the rest of the room. She says, it's very hard to see, but at the lip of the bottom of the barrel, you can actually make out a small symbol. And the symbol looks kind of like a backwards S with 2 dots in the loops. This symbol is an old dwarven symbol. It means magic, essentially. The sigil itself means magic, and if what I am sensing is correct, it actually contains a small amount of magic in the seal. If I were to press with intent upon the seal, it would act as a catalyst to spread a sharp amount of magic into the crystals into this barrel, detonating them. You don't even need to be a mage to do it. You just need to press down on this symbol with the intent. And once this symbol is touched, this barrel would explode. With all the magistone in it. And with all of it simultaneously nearby like this, the explosion in this small barrel would equivalent that of the large one you carry, Ballistarius. When she gives the barrel back to you, Kiko, quickly you can hear her do a disenchantment on that symbol before she does so. I don't know if my disenchantment was 100% successful. That was a very potent seal, but assuming it did, either way I wouldn't press down on it too casually.
I'm just gonna pop it open and just pour it into a bag.
Do you have a bag?
I would assume. I probably have pouches and stuff.
Okay, so you mean like a backpack, not like a like sack you just have?
I have a belt pouch.
Okay. Keep in mind these are kind of heavy. So.
That's fine. It's a 5-pound belt pouch, you know.
Yep. All right. So you take those out.
Then
So,
since you took
out
it
of
out,
curiosity-
I ask if I can borrow the now empty barrel to study it to see if I could replicate it.
Sure. It's not the barrel itself; it's the symbol. But
Well, yeah, that.
so
Are those symbols on the black powder kegs as well?
I didn't see it on my first inspection, but allow me to look. So
And I'll hand her my small one to see if that's the case.
right. She looks it over, and about after a minute as well, she goes, "No, there's no symbol. I would expect at least to see one with a symbol meaning fire, but I didn't even see that. It's possible that they intended to detonate those more traditionally."
Oh, all right, good. And I take it and I put it back in my bag.
Right. At this point, Braun has got this really stressed look on his face. Just
On the bright side, this has been stopped before it even became a problem.
you said you fought only a couple of goblins for all this, correct?
Now-
Yeah.
I specifically said elite goblins.
Even
Yes,
then,
you did.
Yes.
Far larger than the normal variety and smarter.
So
Did the goblins
not
say
sure
anything?
if
In
that
common
means much.
or goblinoid?
No.
Did they say anything? Anything of note?
You can't stop the master,
Which one said that?
the leader.
His eyes kind of widen, kind of. Forgive me,
I would
but
agree
this.
that we would try and bring this information to the authorities, and the authorities we brought it into would be in on something, but I'm happy we managed to find an upstanding gentleman to bring this to the attention of.
At those words, he kind of leans back, puts his hand on his face. You brought them to the right person, yes. But I'm not so sure you're correct.
Insight.
Okay, roll.
$18.
Alright, so what you can tell from those words is he's got someone specifically on his mind. After what Landrin said about, oh, I'm happy we brought it to the correct authorities and that I thought someone in the higher up might be involved, that's what he's kind of responding to. There's someone on his mind he's suspicious of.
Okay,
with
so
those
he's
words.
not dirty. It's somebody he's thinking that's
No,
dirty.
he's got a concerned look on his face. There's someone he's thinking of that he thinks might be involved, but he's not voicing it out of
I
concern.
was like, oh god, did we just fuck ourselves?
Out of character. This guy sounds like a
Commander,
great guy.
Commander, I will dispense with some pleasantries. This is my friend Belisarius. How about we just have him assassinate the gentleman?
And at the words assassinate, the mage looks really like, oh god. And Braun quickly shakes his head no. I am not a scoundrel such as that to assassinate those I simply suspect of crimes. I am a man of the law. I am a man of justice. And I will uphold my duty there. Do not
Then
ever
stop
speak
moving
to me
around
again
and get
of
through the proper channels,
assassinations.
you.
Say that again? I spoke over you.
The moment he's like, I will respect the law and whatnot, Landrin will just be like, then stop moping and go through the proper channels, you.
I intend to. The problem is I don't know where along the line the message will get erased. I have my suspicions of who might be involved. For now, I'm not sure.
Now, I'm not trying to volunteer our services.
I
but
am.
We're already in this situation. Do you find the likes of us adventurers who's already foiled one plan to potentially root out some of these individuals that you may have concerns about. I wouldn't say we necessarily operate above the law, but we do operate in the grays of the law, and we might be able to afford you luxuries that you would not normally have.
It is within ancient and not so ancient traditions that we have hired mercenaries many a time for just such roles. But it is not I who can do that. If you would permit, I would like to call for a meeting with our Lord Regent. The lady is a good and true person, and I know has nothing to do with this. So I ask that each of you present this same case to her, same as you have for me. And I guarantee you she will have the same ideas in mind that I do for what to do next.
Should I wash my robes?
That would be preferable.
Landrin begins to prestidigitation his robes.
Now, I understand I'm not a stately man. I am not a political man. However, when meeting with lordships, none of us are dressed appropriately. Should we make a venture into town? Should we make a venture into town prior to the meeting with the lady? I believe Lady Ruga was her name. Before we meet with
yes.
Lady Ruga, we all acquire proper attire.
I already know what I'm getting.
I'm not wearing a monkey suit.
If you would all like to do that as such, it would be certainly a good sign of respect, and the first impression, that alone would help the conversation flow well with her. She's not a very prudish person, I would like to stress. The lady is a warrior at heart herself, and a bold person, and would never judge another on their clothes, but at the end of the day, she is nobility. A good sign of respect. If any small gesture is always a good thing.
So I should wear my sword to the occasion.
So I would think making a good first impression, given the gravity of the issue, we should probably have it set for mid-morning, maybe early noon. So that'll give us time to get through town, get through the tailor, get proper attire, and then we can meet with Lady Ruga.
I most certainly can establish a meeting with her in the evening. I know during the day she has much in terms of her duties to attend to, but this evening, for certain, she will retire to her home, and it is there I think we will be most secure in establishing a conversation.
I'll get my polishing kit.
Well, I feel as though with the level of information that we've provided,
real quick, you guys notice the purple dome starts to flutter, like a slight red tone, and the mage looks super concerned, like this visible, sharp concern. And Commander, and he quickly waves his hand, and she disenchants removing the portal, and then you guys hear a knock on the door, and he gives you all a look, silently trying to tell you all, do not speak. In other words, we didn't just speak of this, as of right now.
Yes, of course.
And he speaks. Well, it was good speaking with all of you fine people, and I'm glad the misunderstanding about the caravan's contraband has been established. I would like you all to continue enjoying staying in this fine city. Yes, come in. And the door opens, and three men, 2 armored bodyguards, obviously, and a balding kind of shrewd gentleman walks in. Much older. You would say he looks like he could be 85. Very wrinkled, very sunken in eyes, very pale skin. He's walking with a little bit of a hunch and his hands behind his back. He's got a stern look, but you also notice he's dressed in noble clothing. Has on what little hair he does have left on his head is sharply groomed back, and he has a kind of a small goatee kind of thing, like a very gray goatee. The two bodyguards are in heavy plate armor, as you can tell, and neither have a bear sigil. Both have a sigil of a snake.
Snake.
A cobra, specifically. And their cloaks are not the same green as the Rangers. They both are wearing these really deep purple, really dark, deep purple cloaks.
I would like to stand. I will shake Commander Braun's hand. I will give a polite bow and say, "Excuse me, my lord," and walk out.
All right. Do all of you follow?
Right out, I suppose.
All right. Nova still a shock at this whole conversation, and so is Argo. Both of them didn't know what to say during the whole thing. They were just kind of surprised at how everything flowed. They also follow you guys out. Are you guys staying nearby, or?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So as you guys leave, the door kind of shuts. Do you guys want to try and listen? If so, I will have you guys roll perception.
I will, 100%.
Because the door's closed, the walls aren't that thin, so.
At least Kiko is going to.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll perception.
Yeet. 12.
Well, there's really no harm in trying.
I tried. I got a 5.
I'll do this. Whatever the 5. Oh Jesus. All right. The last person. Go ahead, Belsarius.
What part of you are going to toss out piles of side quest notes because of us?
I've already tossed a few out. So, Belsarius, what'd you
19.
Got? All right, you know what? Because he rolled so good, I'm gonna have everybody. I'm just gonna make it so all of you can remotely hear. Nobody got a 1, so I'm just gonna say the group roll is the best roll. So we'll go with that. So
I've been having exceptionally middling rolls, but this one was odd.
Yeah.
All right, so you all kind of like strain your earring. I would say like if it were like a cartoon, you know, like Scooby Doo, like all like the whole like the Scooby Gang all leaning forward next to each other, all listening for the same thing, kind of cartoonishly with like their hands to their ear. That's how you all look in the hallway, and like Rangers and guardsmen are walking by are like, what the hell are they doing? But they just keep walking. And as you listen in, you hear,
Commander Braun. So good to see you, lad. It seems the little bear is growing taller each time I visit.
I would ask that you do not refer to me as the bear, if you don't mind.
Well, apologies. Unlike you, I am not ashamed of my noble blood. So forgive me if I don't share your sensibilities about the reference.
Lady Ruga is in charge of this region now. My family, though of noble blood, do not control the region anymore. We serve it. So I ask that you not refer to me as the bear. Lady Ruga is far more deserving of that friendly nomenclature.
She's not even a therianthrope.
But so be it. I have come from the mines up north. I have been traveling for many a day, so I'll be staying at the more noble end of the district. I have come to personally ask for a favor. What is this favor, my lord? Would you by chance keep an eye out, contraband-wise, for some small amounts of magistone?
It appears some personal amounts of it I had refined have gone missing.
I see. Why is it this has not been reported to the Lord Regent? I spoke to her earlier today.
You did? About stolen Magistone? Meaning you've got some in contraband?
No, my lord. Someone else spoke of Magistone possibly being sold around, so I noted it. That is all. We have not received any in contraband.
I see. Shame. The reason I have not reported it to your Lord Regent is it is not necessary. This is a small, embarrassing matter. I do not want to admit that some petty thief got the better of me and my guards. So, if you could quietly retrieve the Magistone, if you should find it, I would greatly appreciate it. And if you could bring the perpetrators who currently possess it to me,
I would. Why on earth would I do that? Nothing in our laws states.
Nothing in the laws, no. But it is tradition and custom that an accuser, or victim in my case, gets to face the one who did me wrong. Is that not the customs? Or has your region suddenly thought itself independent from the greater Nordred society?
That is our customs, my lord.
That's Lord Faryon to you. After all, you said you're not the bear anymore. This has been a friendly conversation, but I must retire. As I said, please contact me at your earliest convenience, and when you find the Magistone.
Good day. And you hear him and his guards shuffle. They are coming to the exit.
Beefy.
Yeah, that's it. At that point, not staying around here anymore. I've heard more than enough.
So you guys move quickly, I'm assuming, down the hall to avoid being caught. Alright, so
how do you spell Lord Faryon?
In this case, it's F-A-R-I-O-N. That's how I spelt it.
Thank you.
So you guys make your way out into the lobby, and Carlos, the man out front, quickly goes, did everything get settled? Is everything all right? Was your contraband received?
What contraband?
There was no contraband.
Wink.
There was no contraband. Everything was above board, and we have resolved all issues with Commander Braun, and we're all set here. Thank you very much for getting Commander Braun for us. We appreciate it.
I see. Well, good day. I hope you enjoy the city. We have some wonderful things going around, and the Merchant Square opens up soon. And he just kind of waves out to you guys, just kind of daintily, like, aw, the most interesting people today are gone.
Landrin doesn't leave.
Oh.
Landrin will, what's the word I'm looking for here? Landrin will kind of loiter for a moment by the desk and just kind of smile politely. I didn't believe I caught your name while you were assisting us so graciously earlier.
The man at the front of the desk, or?
Come up with a name for him, Asmo.
I already did. I said it more
Carlos.
Carlos.
Carlos? God damn it.
I said it when you first met him. I said it a minute ago. Well, not even a minute ago.
I bet you any money.
Put some points in perception, man.
No, it's at -1. My wisdom is at -1. And it fits because I'm stupid.
Oh, my God.
Carlos, I don't believe I introduced myself. Landrin, Professor Landrin. A pleasure. He reaches his tiny hand up.
He reaches his hand through the magic glass and tries his best to reach you, but it's kind of a somewhat decently tall. The desk is like 4 feet off the ground, so he really has to like lean against it almost to get through to you.
Tell me, do you get all sorts through here most days?
Well, not really. It's especially during the changing of the season to winter. we don't get a lot of people here in the security office. The inn gets quite a few people. But, unfortunately, the only people who come through here are either criminals or, people trying to pick up contraband.
Well, between you and me, I think it would be nice if I saw you at the inn when you get off, and he's going to slide 10 silver up there, so Carlos can buy himself a drink if he comes down to the inn.
He looks at this silver and he's got this look on his face like, am I being hit on by a kobold? He kind of gives you like a side eye, like,
Wow.
Professor, I don't mean to be rude, but
Is
I'm
this
happily-
bribery? Oh god, is this bribery?
I'm happily seeing someone, and if I understand what you're trying to gesture or hint at.
Oh, thank goodness. For a second there, I thought you were ejecting because this was like bribery or something. No, you would crush me. Also, I'm attracted to other lizards.
Oh, okay. I see.
Entirely platonic, I assure you.
He kind of nods. He goes, okay. He takes the coin and goes, I'll stop in sometime. Thank you.
What a hilarious misunderstanding. I'm sure we'll have a laugh out of that's all, folks. Over it later.
Yeah. So he kind of, sits back and goes, thank you. Have a good day.
A grand day to you as well, Mr. Carlos. Waddle, 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 waddle.
One of the other receptionists just kind of punches Carlos on the shoulder and is laughing at him.
Yes! And now he's too distracted by the awkward moment to really think to report anything. Excellent, excellent. My psychological warfare game is on point.
Expert.
I have done the metaphorical passing the branch over our tracks as we fuck off.
Alright, in the time it took you to do that, though, Lord Faryon is coming around the corner of the back office.
Lendrin is going to tip his hat, as one does. Like, he's just there. He's having a perfectly normal, kooky conversation.
The Lord kind of just, like one eye kind of creaks towards you. He kind of, more or less, he doesn't even nod. He just, like, kind of like this slight side tilt to his head and then keeps walking forward. Barely acknowledging you, but knowing that he can't just be entirely disrespectful. So he just kind of does a slight side
Yes,
nod.
I'm small and insignificant, you fuck.
That's what he's thinking.
Wow.
Think it all you like, my good man. Think it all you like, yes. Yes.
Alright, so I'm assuming you all exit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I want to get to the shops.
Alright, so officially at this point, you guys are probably in there for, I'd say, a good half hour. So, I'd say the shops are not yet open. You guys still have like another hour, hour and a half. If you'd like to go back to the inn, take a short rest, or rejoin the caravan, speak about what's going on.
I mean, I already got a plan as to what I'm going to do. So
Alright.
I'll just go back and I will eat at the inn.
Okay.
Because it's paid for already.
Alright, as soon as everybody joining him.
I'm gonna go and see to my supplies, wait a little bit for the shops to open, and probably head to the craftsman's district as soon as it's open.
Righto.
Sounds
The
good.
craftsman district opens up about the same time as the merchant district. Or the trade district as it's also referred to. And they're basically the same district because the crafters are in the same area because they also sell their goods. So
Landrin, instead of going straight to breakfast, and good lord, does he want breakfast? He is shaggy levels hungry. But he is going to take a moment, steady his resolve, and join Belisarius over at his carrying scooter. His
Carrying
walker, his
scooter.
carrying walker thingy.
The giant robot insect-looking thing.
all right, so those who are going to the inn do. Argo and Nova return to the merchants, kind of flustered at what's going on. They feel like they should kind of take a step back at this point. They're not super involved with whatever happens next. One thing that Nova does address to you all before you all kind of split up in your own. If all this is going the way I believe it is, I'm afraid your employment with us is probably about to end as well.
Sadly, our time does look like it's coming to an end.
If you
In terms of contractual obligations, that is.
Yes. I will check with Boric double check anyway what your contract was, but if I recall correctly, each of you were to receive 10 gold pieces upon our arrival to Northolm. However, we're only halfway there. So, 5 gold pieces each. Or, this is actually where Argo kind of slips in. Well, they haven't necessarily ended their contract with us. We are going to be in the town for a week, and if they are given a task here, which they complete before then, they can continue to escort us to Northolm. If anything, they might also receive a task that's there.
Landrin is just looking happier and happier as this conversation goes on.
And this is where Argo kind of like whispers into the group, kneeling down a little bit for Landrin's sake as well. If anything, I will do my absolute best to keep the merchants here until you're completed nearby tasks. I'd feel much more comfortable if you came with us and supported us.
We treasure your confidence.
So he kind of stands up to his full height. Goes, well, me and Novo shall return to the other merchants.
So, I just have a question. Since we've completed half of the contract, could we receive an advance on the 5 gold pieces, and then if we do finish the contract, we'll receive the other 5 gold pieces when we get to our final destination?
Roll me persuasion with advantage. Because this is an opportune time where that does make a lot of sense, but at the same time, you're talking to a merchant. These are people who work with money all the time.
All the time.
I rolled 13 on both rolls, so, you know.
Seems a little ASCII to me, but it's up to them.
Argo looks a little, not peeved, but kind of a little annoyed, but at the same time, he's like, I kind of get it. So he quickly pulls out his side sack of money and counts out 5 gold each for you guys for the advance pay.
I would be willing to wait until the contract is completed for mine, actually. I can't speak for my cohorts, though.
I take my 5 gold.
I wouldn't mind 5 gold either.
Alright, so you
I'll go
guys...
ahead and take it.
Alright, so everybody but Lander.
My integrity is unshakable.
I have dignity!
No, I don't. I said integrity. I'm a kobold. The dignity isn't a thing we have until we become dragons or die. Usually die.
Fair enough. Alright. So he he gives lots of gold to everybody else, and Nova forcibly hands you like 2 gold, Landrin. She went, this is just for any items you may want.
I am actually going to have to get dressed for the occasion, so thank you. This is a conversation I had with a neighbor I did yard work for. It's just like, she was so happy she wanted to pay me more than the agreed upon amount up front. Because, well, midway through, because I had just done an amazing job on something extra she had asked for, and we had agreed on a price beforehand. I hadn't finished, but she's trying to hand me more than we had agreed upon, and the job's not even done. I've had this conversation before.
Okay. Alright, so each of you are now going your separate ways for the next hour. For those who go to the tavern, it's got like 1 or 2 more people coming in. The morning shift rangers are kind of hanging up their hood. The older ranger that was there before is now completely gone. No sign of him really, just gone. And when the rangers that are kind of sloping in, some of them ordering drinks, some ordering food. But there is a slight merriment for those who are finishing up their shift, because for them this is their nighttime. This is when they get to drink. This is the off-shift hour. And then they're probably all going to crash until nighttime again. So there's a little bit more merriment. the morning bard, if you will, who works at the pub, a little short halfling, is kind of playing a lute. Some nice, gentle music for the morn, and the barkeep is looking the same as he did earlier. If anything, just a little happier. There's more business going on right now. So that's what's going on in there. That happens for the next hour. For you, Belastarius, you and Landrin, correct? Yeah, you were the two that went to the caravan to do stuff, right?
Yes, Landon would actually like to broach a subject with Belastarius.
Yeah, okay. All other party members but the two of them note that you guys don't note this.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Belisarius, if I may broach a subject with you.
Go ahead.
Your
conversation. I don't have to listen.
Your blast powder, your the black sand, the explosive or incendiary. I'm not entirely certain on the principle of the matter, but as I understand, fire make go boom. Yes?
Yes, it does. You add fire, and you will get a instantaneous and quite loud, as you so eloquently put it, boom.
So, upon combustion, there is a great deal of energy released. Would you... So, even a small portion of this would release enough energy to move an object, correct?
More, well, it would probably knock it aside. If it were to move, you would have to contain the explosion somehow.
He snaps his finger. I was thinking about just such a principle. I was sketching it early in my notes, and he pulls out his little spell book and opens up. He holds up a pebble for size reference. Take this pebble. Now, do you see this tube I've illustrated here in the depiction? Do you see this?
Yes, though poorly drawn schematic, I understand the principle.
Okay, so you place the relatively small object within the tube. Now, by some means, I'm still working that out. They're kings, but say you have a portion, just a handful, really, behind the object you wish to move, and if the resultant combustion's released energy is focused through this contained space, then theoretically the object will continue to move in the same direction, and you have controlled the propulsion. Yes,
I've heard of the theory. I've never had enough powder or had access to it to yet test the theory or test the idea. I've heard of some craftsmen who have attempted the feat before, though I don't know the result.
I do love that the wizard is in a party with the artificer, but the wizard is the one pitching all the kooky inventions. The wizard wants to go.
Oh, well, I have many kooky inventions. I just don't tell anyone about them until after I've built them.
I mean, Lantern's original idea was to mount a flamethrower on your back, but hey.
Look, I just want a blunderbuss, and then I'm going to make it my pack weapon. It's that simple.
I don't know if we're technologically that far along to reach that level of innovation.
Hold on, let me write in my notes. The party wants to make more work for the DM to write goddamn rules for guns. God damn it.
I actually have a module for that I could send to you if you wanted to see it. It's actually super simple.
If it becomes a thing. If you guys want to aim towards that, you guys would be the first inventors in this world to invent firearms.
Hell yeah.
Granted, I've given you guys the tools to do so in this universe, so it's not anyone's fault but my own.
Look, Asmo, you didn't account for the fact that this is a really creative lizard.
I didn't account for this party being wacko.
What? We're Dungeons and Dragons players.
I don't think any of us did.
You asked randomly for people to join a party. You didn't go curate. You didn't gatekeep. You didn't go to your close, trusted, beloved friends that you're used to the craziness. No, you
Are
asked
you implying you
my
are not my?
neurotic
Are you implying you're not my close, trusted friends? I'm hurt.
I really appreciate that.
I'm
Why do you
wounded.
word me like this?
I am wounded deeply.
Anyways,
I'm a random
we are
person
trying
off
to
the
finagle
internet,
our way into
A
early
random person on the
firearms.
internet can still be a friend. And with how great my IRL friends are, insert sarcastic tone here. At this point, you have more of a likelihood of being a better person than any of them. So,
I'm sending you more funny cat memes in the future.
note to self. All right. So with that, no, should be going. All right. So, you guys, are you guys actually trying to make a gun right now, or just experimenting?
No,
We're
right
probably just
now.
going to-
Right now, Landrin is just going to some up here he really trusts, and he's kind of pitching. He's trying to get an idea for how feasible, how sensible. If he's not just insane, he's also appreciating an opportunity to bond with, ironically, the soulless machine.
Well,
That's the
technically, I
thing.
have a
He's not
soul, I'm just-
soulless. He's a souled machine.
He
It
calls
just,
everyone.
I'm antisocial and slightly crazy.
He's a cranky machine.
I'm cranky. I am HK-47, but with a soul.
Landrin is just going
Walter.
to look up from a newspaper one of these days and like, Jesus Christ, my best friend is a robot.
Some of the best stories work like that. Alright, so, assuming you guys don't actually, just some bonding time, you guys don't actually produce anything.
It would take time and
Certainly.
to sit down to actually
And a
have
proper
black
workshop.
make
Like,
it.
if you guys wanted, I would give you disadvantage rolls if you tried to build it with just some arbitrary tools on the side of it.
Yeah, it'd probably explode if we didn't. We'd need like weeks with a craftsman and order it.
Yep.
But I tell Landrin that I've been working on schematics, and you're welcome to look at my notes and add anything to it, as I'm always interested in opinions, even if they be from inferior meatbags, on new
Like
ways
myself.
to kill things. But for today, probably some rudimentary small explosives. I don't know what to call them. I'm assuming it will start with a G word. I am still working on the name.
Well, I would say that we do have these little Magistones that, if the little kobold's idea is right, we can launch at people.
Now he's trying a magic grenade launcher is basically what he's trying to.
Look, if you try and turn this into a fucking bolter, I swear, no bolters.
I wasn't thinking about a
Glorious.
bolter, but I mean, that's an idea.
Asmo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Asmo, speak to me.
He's done.
Speak
He's
to
done with
me.
that shit.
Sweet Jesus.
I'm dying.
I mean, this is what I've.
If it makes you feel any better, he's only making a gun so Kiko can have a cool ranged option. He's still just going to use the sword, the teeny little short sword that it doesn't have proficiency with.
Just know the first gun we make will literally just be a metal tube attached to a stick with a fuse.
Either that or bored into the stick.
It's time to make a sneak attack with my gun.
Literal hand cannon. Anyways,
I'm going to kill you with the power of friendship and this gun I found.
Alrighty. So, alright. So you guys tinker with that idea for a little while, for the next hour or so, and Dracoria and Kiko, you both went into the pub, right?
Well, it'd only be about 45 minutes. You'd come in the last 15 minutes to eat some breakfast and inquire with the bartender if things are going well.
Alright. Okay. When you inquire with the bartender if things are going well, he goes, depends on what you mean. Do you mean entirely lately, or do you mean just today?
For you today, my good sir.
I've been up since before the dawn broke, and I will be up well after it sets.
Stay strong, my friend. Stay strong.
Strength is relative.
my young lizard friend.
So the time passes, and now you guys can actually hear the markets opening up, because when the market opens up in Ursine Village, they release the horn. Once you hear the horn sound, you just hear a lot of rustling out in the village. It's just a regular. It's basically like the equivalent of like a morning dong from like a Big Ben or something like that. You hear rustling out in the town. Some of the rangers who are in the pub, who are smoking on a pipe, look out the way. Some more rangers come in, shake their hands, say hello. You can hear. You hear mindlessly just minor whispers about like the reports up till now. More or less, they're just exchanging information shift to shift. And the day rangers, just kind of get like a morning pick me up and then head out. And the rangers who worked all night are now putting out their smokes, and they're probably heading to bed in their own individual homes. So the place is kind of like shifting around population in the pub, and you can definitely tell just from the noise though that the marketplace is officially opening up.
So I have 3 places I want to get off my my list here so that I can go and acquire some goods.
Now, full disclosure, I hate to admit this, but the one shop I didn't name in this town is the clothing shop. I did not name that.
You're going to hate us even more when you realize what Landron's planning on buying.
I'll just come up with a name. Everything else I named. Why didn't I think you guys were going to go to a clothing shop?
Have the clothing shop's owner be some sort of badass spider person who uses their own silk to do the clothing. That's what I do.
Well, I won't spoil anything, but I had a similar idea, but not for Urban.
It's a good one, isn't it? No, it's a good one. No, same energy.
It's a goon.
I don't know if I should be wounded. My ideas are this predictable.
We're friends for a reason. That's what I'm going to tell you right now. They're not predictable. We're friends for a reason.
I'll just say Barter's, because that is just a spare name I have in my head. Barter's linens. Barter's linens. Let's go with that. It's lazy, but it's what I can come up with off the top of my head. All right. So where do you guys want to go first? And are you traveling as a group, or you're all separating to your individual spots?
Landron is torn between getting some duds to really dress to impress or heading for that magic shop.
I will say this out of the game. I will say I would recommend you all go to the Miss Novary's Wondrous Goods together. I'm not obviously. That's just me. I'm not going to tell you the players what to do in this case, but I will recommend.
Should we head there?
That's the place I intended on going last.
First, or all meet there together last before we then head to go talk to the noble person.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was kind of my plan.
Right,
No, I don't.
So each are going your individual ways, and you'll meet back up for Miss Novary's Wondrous Goods.
Yep. So I'm heading to the blacksmith and the craftsman and tinker, whatever they have that's available that's like that.
All right. So Ivan's blacksmithy. So once you arrive at Ivan's, I'll just do this. I'll do each of your individual journeys one at a time. We'll do Belisarius first, since he was the first to call it out. You arrive at Ivan's shop, and you notice that this big, fucking built guy, muscles, and this huge beard, bald head, and this guy is 6'4". Big, burly dude, just hammering away at the anvil, working on a seemingly very decently large broadsword. This guy is at work. He's got like a little monocle kind of thing, but it's like, you could tell it's for like zooming in on like something in particular when he's working. Once you enter the shop, what do you want to do? It's, by the way, it's not
Alright,
like a
so,
shop. This specific area of the shop isn't like a closed-in inside a building. It's more like a little cutout of a building, meaning it's open. People can. It's just got a roof, but the rest of it's open to the street.
So it's like open air, and then his smithy, like his actual workshop, is attached, like next to it. But the main shop area with all of his things for sale is separate.
Plus an anvil and a small smelter out front where you just.
All right, I enter into the smithy, standing in the doorway, and I say, "Hail, large meat bag! I am in need of your services."
He stands up and he kind of like adjusts the monocle off. It kind of like clips up, and he looks you over. What'd you call me?
Well, I called you a meat bag, which is what I call most of you organics, what with all those sloshy, meaty parts
Meat bag.
moving around, making all kinds of wet, squishy noises.
You know what? That's a fair nickname for us. Well met, metal man. Or should I call you Rust Bucket?
Well, I am meticulous in cleaning. I have no rust on me, but you may call me Ballistarius.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Rustbag. Now, what do you want from big old Ivan?
Alright. So, I will not impugn your skills, but I will ask. I have a rather unique and custom job. I was wondering if I'd heard you recommended that you would have the skills to be able to assist me in crafting. I then reach into my side pouch and I pull out a series of drawings that show a round metal sphere that's like similar to a ceramic jar with a small opening at the top.
So, just for comparison for me, the DM, would you say it's similar to... Oh, hold on, someone's knocking at my door. Yes? What is the food? Is it bought or... Okay. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Some food arrived. I'm just gonna bring it in here. I'll be right back. I apologize. I did not know that they were doing this.
No worries.
You guys want to take a 5-minute break?
That would be lovely.
Yes, take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I apologize. I really did not expect this interruption. I am so sorry.
I'm loving blacksmith.
Alright, so let's make headway here. Alright, so Ivan looks over the blueprints that you handed to Empirus, and after a minute, you see this huge grin comes on his face. Huh. Black powder, right?
You know it.
You're the first one who's actually wanted to try this insanity. I actually pitched this a little while ago to a friend of mine. He was experimenting with black powder, a little bit purifying it more so. I noticed its explosive yield past its normal entertainment value. I suggested if you put that in a contained metallic item in a pure enough state and detonate it, it'll be one of the most effective weapons on the battlefield. Stuck-up mages and their damn fireballs are nothing by comparison to what that stuff can pull off.
Just to ask.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Landry, did you follow him there? Because as far as I'm aware, Bellstarius went along. Okay, so you're with him. Alright, just to recap, who's with Bellstarius here? Because I thought a lot of people went their own way.
No, he's been hanging out with his new friend.
Okay. Well, Jacoria, Kiko, you guys follow, or you guys have gone your own way, and we'll get to your narration separately?
I mean, is that the weaponsmith, or is it just a blacksmith?
He's a blacksmith, but he also smiths weapons.
Well, I want to get to a weapons store. So if
Well, he has
that
a-
works, I'll go there.
Alright,
If
so
you
you're
have
willing
a
to-
He has
specific
a-
weapon store, I'll go there instead.
His workshop is directly connected to his main shop where he sells weapons.
Okay, well then I would interact with the weapon portion of it.
Okay. So what was Alright, so where were we before? I had to double check all that. Landry, what were you saying?
Just to clarify, is he pitching the gun?
I'm pitching the grenade.
Oh, the grenade. Okay.
The gun is we haven't like solidified our designs yet. I'm assuming we'll like do that when we get to a bigger city with more things, more.
Okay.
have.
Because when he mentions the tube, Landrin will get all excited and show him his notes and prototype schematics. I had a very similar idea recently. I was discussing it with my associate here. I'm glad to meet a like-minded individual. Landrin, Professor Landrin. A pleasure.
What's up, short stuff?
Take a moment to think about that. Nothing's up for me. I'm down here.
Wouldn't you be saying everything's up for you? And he takes a look at the sheets. And he's staring pretty carefully at it. These are some nice schematics. Kind of a genius idea, really. What do you call this contraption?
I am considering calling it a rifle.
Let's see. And he starts mumbling to himself. So if we adjust the firing pin, detonate enough spark to light the black powder.
If I had a idea for naming it, I would call it the ballistus.
Well,
I like that
actually-
better myself.
I am basing it off my my teacher, Mr. A wizard by the name of Riffle. Gun Riffle.
And as he's looking this over, a woman comes into the workshop. She's a fairly tall woman as well. Tall compared with Ivan. She's not taller than him, but next to him she would look like a normal couple, like a normal heighted couple. That's what they look like at their height. So there's
Take a moment to remember who you're telling that to. You're telling that to the incredibly tall construct and the incredibly tiny kobold.
yes. So for you guys, really tall woman. Where Ivan is 6'4", 6'5", she's like 6 foot.
And I'm 7 feet.
So they're closer to your height. She comes in and goes, Ivan, what are you looking over? By the way, this is a fairly beautiful looking woman. She looks fairly young. You would guess physically, from her physicality, her appearance, she's probably in her 30s at most. She's got nice long red hair, very bright gingery hair, freckles, green eyes. Oh, pretty, and she's got a pretty, nice curvatures to her, I will say. And she's given Ivan like a glare like, I know you, what are you doing?
He's contemplating attempting to create and even improve upon some of the designs we are pitching to him. Good afternoon, ma'am. Landry, Professor Landry. A pleasure. Your husband is a delight.
He can be a delight when he feels like it. Let me look at those. And she just takes it right out of his hands. And he's just got this look like, woman. And, she kind of rifles through. Oh, these are pretty good schematics, eh? And he smiles again and goes, yes, indeed they are. I can't wait to get started.
Belisarius does indeed do pretty impressive work.
It's at this point her expression goes from this big wide smile to like this flat, even expression, turns to you guys, hands the designs back over to both of you. Goes, well, time to talk business though. How much do you guys want for this? And he goes, well, actually, they don't want to sell these designs. They want me to make it for them. Oh. Well, in that case, how about this? If you let us patent these under Ivan's good name, and sell them, and allow us the naming rights, we'll sell the first prototypes and first renditions at a great discount. You can, and from this you can easily derive she's the business-minded one in this little setup here.
This I do not mind, so long as I am properly credited as the designer, and my name is attached to this design as you sell it. I will gladly give you the rights to sell and manufacture these. However, I believe we shall determine the name, and we'll get the credit for the design, but you'll get the profit.
I like the sound of that. Do we also get the naming rights to actually name the invention?
You may have the rights to do the name, but we will have the final say on vetoing what that name is, or basically saying what it could be.
Very well. 1 second. And she runs into the shop real quick. And what feels like a blink of the eye, couldn't have been more than a minute, she goes right back with a list of papers. Alright, I'll need you to sign here, here, and here.
Man, he's really willing to let his grenade invention go.
For me, it's the joy of the invention and my name being out there rather than being in the business of the thing.
I can respect that.
I will carefully read the agreement, very meticulously going through every detail to ensure that everything is good.
Right. As you read through, pretty much everything you guys just discussed is all there, including the naming convention. She did insert in that if you veto too many names, that you guys have to do a sit down and properly agree on a name. If you veto too many of them just offhandedly.
Wait, is she presuming the firearm is in the package?
It's both. It's probably for both the.
It is for both of them. She has 2 contracts right now for both of you, though.
The explosive and the early gun.
Yeah, right now, Belstarius is looking over the explosive in particular. The explosive contract. And in it, the discount you guys are getting for the first prototype is basically 75%, meaning you only have to pay 25% of what they intend to sell in terms of early projections of what they intend to sell these for. So for a fourth the price.
All right,
and so she did include,
and while making small edits that in terms of how I'm properly credited.
And it says your name.
So basically, it's like my name and places of which I can be contacted at.
Right. So after all the corrections are made, do you sign?
I will gladly sign.
So she looks over each signature. You have very nice handwriting.
Thank you. I have fine-tuned my hand and my digits to be as dexterous as physically possible, given the nature of my profession.
That's what she hopes for.
Now, one thing I will include, but it didn't write it down. Actually, she quickly squiggles it in. On all future designs or upgrades, would you like those for free?
Are you saying that upgrades that you make, or ones that we make? Designs that I provide and give to you?
Well, that's the trade-off now, isn't it? Whatever we improve, we give to you, after your initial purchase, of course, and whatever you improve, you give to us. Sound like a fair deal?
Very well. As I've said, my focus is on the art and the creation and the testing of my designs, and if using your skills and your business talent enables me to do that faster, all the better.
Very well. And so she finalizes with her own signatures. All right, now for you, little one. She kneels down to one knee. All this while, by the way, Ivan is just looking over the designs kind of like staring at them, like very carefully, occasionally pulling like a little lead pointed piece from his ear, using it like a pencil and writing in things he's changing or corrections, slight ones. Quickly going over everything. All right, little one. So, more or less the same exact contract. And she hands it to you, Landron.
Okay, he's going to read it over. So, to clarify, are they offering to go into business with us, or are they just saying, "Hey, we'd like to purchase these from you"?
It's essentially a business contract. The gist of it is they are going to make all the profits from whatever they manufacture and sell off of the initial design. But what they're willing to offer you in return is not only a discount on the initial prototypes, but also, as just included, any kind of free upgrades they come up with, and that if you encounter them again, they will. And as long as you're in the nation of Nordred, they will do their utmost to contact you guys about any future upgrades, and we'll try and get them to you. And likewise, if you come up with any upgrades to the design, you'll send them their way in a quid pro quo kind of style of both giving it free in both rendition. They are taking a full share of what they sell, though. They will credit you. They will have agreed to credit you for the design, and you are also in charge or have a final say in the naming scheme.
Landron has a counter offer. I don't know how much gold is really truly worth in terms of quantity, but he would like to invest 5 gold into the production and sale.
All right. How much of a share are you looking for?
I have no idea how much 5 gold is worth in terms of this economy. It seems to be worth a decent bit if it buys so many drinks.
It's worth a decent chunk, yeah. It would probably be mostly expenditure on any future materials, especially the black powder. That's probably going to run these guys up the most, is finding sources of pure black powder, which is what is going to be necessary for the experimentation.
Just to clarify, the way you've structured your monetary system, it actually kind of comes pretty close to the way Lord of the Rings money works. So 5 gold is a rather sizable chunk.
Gold is the absolute highest tier currency.
That's 500 silvers.
Yes, he would like to invest 5 gold.
Just to give you an idea, silver is the primary actual trading off currency.
Yes.
That's what people mostly have in their pockets. Gold is not common to have in your pocket, not in large amounts. If I had to really explain it, silver is like a dollar bill.
Yes. Okay, so it is exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, and copper is like change. And
so yes,
gold is basically $100 each. Like each one's like $100 bill.
What does she feel about his offer of investment?
She quickly goes, all right, if you're willing to increase your investment, we can give you a small % share in all future income.
It really sucks that you're not looking at the off-topic chat because I have I just posted the exact meme, the same energy in there.
Let me pull up it on my phone.
Look at off-topic, look at the bottom post, and you'll see Landron's expression. The slow beady eyes growing. To bear.
Off topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Basically the same energy.
Yes, he would be quite happy to agree to these terms.
Alright. So for 10 gold, essentially what she's offering to give you a share, you'll get a 5% share in all sales.
If that's 2 breaking the bank, my diminutive meatbag friend, I will provide 5 of that.
So halfsies. So we'll split it 2.5 each.
Alright. Now I gotta write all this down.
We're coming in here with our big brain capitalist plays.
Engine.
Long-term plan, Balastarius becomes the general of a droid army armed with arquebuses.
Jesus. Yeah, we're heading that way, yeah.
Are you proud of me, Father?
Oh, God.
Dun da da dun dun da da dun da dun da dun da 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 dun dum.
Da, 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 da. No, wait, that's the Clone Wars thing. Damn it.
That's the marching droid song. Is that song?
Yep. No, I started going into the clone theme. I'm like, damn it! It's just so catchy. Da da da.
But I'm assuming in short term, most we're gonna get like right off the bat is a few grenades to try out.
I mean, no, Landrin is letting them take his rifle design, or early arquebus design release. Flintlock at best.
So after
I'd say it's like pre-matchlock.
Landrin would like to add a small clause, just a tiny little clause about certainty of sale, as it were. He's trusting them to be very picky about their clientele, if possible.
Wait, say that again?
He's putting a little certainty of sale clause. It's nothing truly legally binding. He's just asking that they take a moment to be a bit choosy and curate their clientele.
Alright.
Try and sell it to people who are respectable.
Right, so she sees you write that down, and she will challenge it. Well, at what point is it my job as the seller to judge whether someone is, as you kindly put it, is of a correct disposition with their usage or intent of these weapons? At the end of the day, they all have their reasons and they all have their justification. Where is it in my obligation to determine someone else's need or not for these firearms if they're willing to buy them?
I'm actually honestly willing to let you just take that up as much interpretation as you want. I'm not going to be here.
And she quickly writes in at her and her sellers, more or less at their
At manufacturer's discretion.
Yeah, at their discretion, they will choose what is the correct. If someone's super shady, don't sell this stuff to them. But it's up to them.
Belisari, she's right. You do have lovely handwriting, he says with his chicken scratch. You'd think after 20 years of attempting to perfect... Well, let's be real, I've only learned to read like 8 years ago. You'd think after 8 years of trying to figure out how to write, I'd be a little bit more competent now.
Well, if you're worried about that, I could easily set you up with some mechanical replacements that would be far more dexterous.
But I
to your hands.
For Hiko to teach me how to use a sword.
Alright, so after you finished your contractual write-ups, everything's signed. Quickly...
I feel like a member of the community already.
Yes, the local arms dealers.
Ivan's lady there runs into the shop, obviously to document and store the contracts. And Ivan stands up and goes, "Well, now that you're finished with the little lady, now my end of this. I can have these first designs finished within 3 days."
Right. Very well. We'll be back to see the new designs, and we will find an excuse and some suitable meat bags to test them on.
Well, if you choose any particular meat bags, please be it goblins. Little fuckers deserve to be used as target practice.
We already just came off the heels of defeating a number of goblins.
Then let me praise you here and now. Thank you for killing the little shits. They've been pestering us at our door ever since this land's existed. Never can kill enough of them, it seems.
Low key, he's Goblin Slayer. We just don't know it.
What do you mean low key?
Goblin
So-
Slayer wouldn't be so nonchalant about killing goblins.
Wait, goblins? I'm
So,
thinking.
alright, so he puts his monocle back down and says, "Yes, is there anything in the shop you'd like to buy? Go ahead and talk to the little lady. I'll finish up this blade, and guess what? You guys are next on my list to start working."
I believe I will peruse any crossbows you may have.
Very well, head on in.
Since I don't have any money, I'm just gonna level with you guys about the suit I was gonna get Landrin. I was gonna get him this two-piece suit. It was gonna be a white jacket on top, a red Hawaiian shirt underneath, and a set of pants. The only time he would ever wear pants were for this. And if you're wondering, yes, I've just described Kazuma Kiryu's shirt from the Yakuza series. That's what I was going to dress him as for this.
Alright. So, once you guys enter the shop, it's pretty well stocked. There's lots of different ranges of armor all strung about, weapons, varying types. It's got a very, very wide assortment. So, what are you guys looking? So, do you guys ask the little lady what you're looking for?
I would like to sell.
All right. So you go up and tell that to her.
Yeah. I'm curious what the going rates are for some equipment that has been procured. I'm looking to offload this stuff and get a fair price for it.
All right. Well, just to let you know, my good tiefling friend, all of the armor and weapons is actually going for not cheap, but the rates are on the low end lately. Lots of people have been gearing up, and if you ask me, for quite a few different reasons.
Hey, does anyone remember the 2 gold that Landrin found and we were splitting between the party? Did we ever decide what we were doing with that?
2 gold?
You remember how we searched the bodies and Landrin found 2 gold arrows in a short bow?
I assumed you guys divvied up what you chose to divvy up and kept what you wanted to keep.
He put it in the pile, but I don't believe we ever decided who got what from the pile. We just have it in the cart.
Yeah, I would say we have all the loot just stashed up. I don't think we ever distributed it.
So I have my own personal loot that I've taken, that I have, that I'm currently trying to sell.
Alright, well, we'll roll with that then, and the rest of you just assume that loot is still in the carriage.
So I present a short bow, a scimitar, a club, and 120 arrows, and see what I can get for that.
Well, for the short bow and the club, I'm sorry, but those are a dime a dozen, sweetie. I'd say I'd give you 20 silver for the short bow, and I'd say about 40 silver for the club, since it's in decent condition. Actually, it looks freshly used.
And nothing for the scimitar, which is
Well,
rather rare.
I was getting to that, sweetie. As for scimitars, I have an assortment of them, about 4 or 5 in my own shop, but they can be decently popular at certain times of the year. How's it was about 90 silver sound for the scimitar.
So we're looking at 210 silver total.
Yeah, so about 2 gold pieces and a silver.
So the short bow, the scimitar, and the club, she's more than willing to take. The arrows, nobody gives a damn about.
Yeah, she at you gesturing to the arrow, she points to a side of the wall where there's nothing but arrows and bolts, which are clearly the most common weapon type to produce around these parts. So in terms of value, they're the whole thing, the whole allotment of your arrows is probably worth at most 10 silver. If you want to sell that to her as well, you can. Just know it's only 10 silver.
Yeah,
most.
I just want to get rid of all this garbage because I don't need it.
All right. So the total for you that you're wanting to buy off her, sell to her, it comes to 211 silver, if my count's correct.
That is correct. So 211.
And the sale, and she goes, all right, sweetie, the sale is final. Are you all set?
Yes, as far as selling is concerned.
All right, and she hands you the. She quickly pushes it aside, pulls out a decently large chest, and pulls out 2 gold coins and pulls out a silver. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right. So.
Excuse me, but how much would a whetstone be?
A whetstone?
Yes.
Well, they're pretty cheap. I'd say I'd sell just a regular sized whetstone to you for 10 silver.
I have to go back to the cart to fetch more funds, but I'll be back for one shortly.
All right, when you have the funds, you'll have the item.
Excellent.
I mean,
Commerce.
don't have to go anywhere, Landers. I got you covered for this. You got me covered for the booze, so we'll call it even.
We'll call it even. You spent 2 gold on our group to have, a tab in a bar, but I'll spend only 10 silver. We're even.
I love you too.
Yeah, but the amount of booze that I got was 11 silver. So
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
That would cover the exact debt.
I'm just fucking with it. I find it funny. Just the sound of it. Okay, alright, so is anyone buying, selling as well? What are we looking at?
I'm going to look at their crossbows. Do they have any that would be... Because I just have a light crossbow on me. Are there any that would have a +1 or better than what I currently have?
At best, they have a crossbow +1, yes.
So is that a light crossbow or just a regular one?
Just a regular.
Alright, I will look at that and then ask what the price is on it.
Let me double check its stats as well here in the book. Okay, all that's listed in the 5e. I just wrote crossbows.
Yeah, here
all that's in the handbook is... Well, hold on, there's a whole other side.
Here on roll 20, they have hand crossbow, heavy crossbow, light crossbow, and then each one with either a +1.
I'd say this is a heavy crossbow. In terms of what they have that's best. Too bad the heavy crossbow isn't fucking mentioned. Oh, there it is. It's a completely different section, that's why. There it is. 1d10 piercing. Alright, so do you want the heavy, or do you want the something like a normal crossbow? Just like a average light crossbow.
The average light crossbow. I will inquire about the price on the heavy crossbow, if they have that one +1. Is that the one that you said that's +1? Or?
Yep.
And then I will inquire about the superior light crossbow, the cost on each.
Well, the superior light crossbow, honey, is, well, let me check my charts here. The superior light crossbow I'll sell to you for a solid gold coin. Sound fair? As for the heavy crossbow, a gold coin and about 20 silver.
I think I could probably use a upgrade to my range game, because right now I just have firebolt and a light crossbow, so I'll go with the superior heavy crossbow.
Alright. That's
So
one
that's
gold
one-
coin.
1 gold.
And if you want to throw in another 10 silver, I'll also throw in fresh bolts.
All right, so let's see. So that would be total 1 gold,
10
60.
silver.
So 1 gold, 10.
Yep, 1 gold, 10.
All right, I will pay with 2 gold then.
Alright, so she's gonna give you 90, 90 silver and change.
So, yeah. Then I will equip that. So that's the heavy crossbow +1. And then how many bolts did it come with?
120.
Good bolts.
Yep, a good number of them in a quiver.
I still haven't figured out how to add a pack mule to pack things in on Roll20, but I'll figure that out later to transfer weight. Just say that I move my light crossbow and some bolts over.
Alright. Kiko, you said you're not there currently, so you're not selling or buying any weapons.
No, not right now.
Alright.
Kiko's actually exploring the market to see what's there.
So I'm assuming everyone's finished up their business at the shop, at the blacksmith shop, or is there someone still wanting to buy something? Alright.
Seems like we've about finished up.
Alright. Kiko, you said you're exploring the market. What are you looking for? Come on, son. Tell me what you're looking for. Any day now.
I was actually just looking for, I suppose I need a new outfit, to be honest.
Alright, so you want to go to the linens?
Yeah.
I'm assuming everybody wants to go there before going to Miss Novary's Wondrous Goods. So let's just say everybody meets up there.
I won't be buying anything there, but
Yeah, but at this point you'd be going around with the party
Yep.
unless there's someone else you want to go.
yeah, just heading with the rest of the party.
Alright, so we'll just say everybody meets up at, what did I write? Barton's Linens. Or Barter's Linens.
Yeah, I'll say as a thrift shop, I bet. I'll say it's not as nice as having a rogue's outfit is.
Full disclosure, I'm going to be, more or less... And I got an idea of the prices. I already wrote down some little notes about what I'd ascertain certain clothing would cost. But
Gotcha.
everything else is more or less about to be improved. So
Kiko just needs something fancy.
So you guys enter this little cut-in shop around the corner. It's not a really big store, but you enter in and there's some clothes draped on boards and here and there. It's a pretty decent-sized building with lots of different clothes. The further into the store, the better the clothes get. The closer to the exit, the cheaper. So you all, I'm assuming, are looking for noble or better clothing?
Yeah, we kind of need that.
Alrighty. So as you guys enter, this decently flamboyant man who's foreigners, why hello, welcome to my shop. My name is Barter, and I will be making you shaggy little gentlemen looking beautiful for your day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How can I help each of you?
Out of curiosity, would Landrin have been able to go back to the cart and grab the 2 gold that he had acquired from the dead goblin?
For the sake of getting things moving forward, I'll just say yes.
Excellent.
We're looking for some new duds.
New duds, you say? May I ask what your spending range is?
What do you have?
Oh, well, we have the finest assortment of clothing all around Irvine Village. I myself perfectly curate and have designed a few of these, in fact. but it also all depends on your intended purpose for this clothing. Is it for just a normal, shambled, everyday work at the lumber mill? Is it for traveling the forests and being sneaky, hiding from those pesky little goblins? Or is it for noble purposes, speaking with those on the high end of our wonderful little society?
The high end of this particular society.
Ooh. Who are you all going to meet?
Her ladyship
That's none of your
herself.
concern. That's none of your concern. The only thing you need to know is that we are looking for fine clothing attire for the evening. We have a soiree that we must attend to, so we need to look well for the evening.
Soiree. Ah, what a beautiful word. Of course, of course. Now, would you like them freshly tailored, or would you like to just look in the pre-made clothings?
I personally would like something personally tailored to fit my physique and my frame. As you can tell, I'm rather larger. The horns and the tail make it rather hard to fit in the normal clothing. One size fits all, so I require tailored.
Well, I do make some tiefling clothing of each quality I've suggested. Of the worker type, of the noble type. So I have pre-designed tiefling, drapes. If you would so like to look through those. But if you would like something custom tailored, I will be all too happy to do that as well, good sir.
Yes, I would like something tailored for the evening. Will you be able to have it done for the day?
I can have it done within the next 2 hours. I have no other orders ahead of you if you wish to get tailored right this moment.
Yes. I'll let these guys kind of go first, and then we can go through the tailoring process afterwards.
Nonsense, nonsense. I hire people for a reason. And he snaps both his fingers, and like two of them are guys, one's a gal, kind of just appear next to you guys almost. And they're immediately just doing this like shambled quick measuring of your whole body. And they're like forcibly pushing you into like T-pose, Y-pose, stuff like that to check your measurements. This really fast shambled measurements. While one guy takes notes on like what each measurement is. Yes. Now, while that is being done, what do the rest of you wonderful gentlemen want to find here at my founding goods?
Landrin holds up a teeny sketch.
What is it?
I'll show you. Yeah.
Gotta pull it up on my phone, don't I?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh, yes.
I was
okay.
fairly serious earlier.
Sweet Jesus.
Oh no.
Alright, so he looks at that design. I'm assuming it's for your kobold shape.
Tiny
He's like,
cobalt formulas.
Ooh. I love the shoes. Now, let me see here. I would have to say that something like that is definitely a tailorship as well. I will also have to take a little bit of time myself to work on that personally to do its unique design. But I can have that done for you, my little fellow, in half the time. If not a quarter the time, a third the time, if anything. Than your wonderful tiefling friend here as well. So, if anything, you'll have both your freshly tailored clothing today. Very quickly. And he quickly snaps his finger, and another this time a gnome and a halfling come out and start measuring you. Alrighty then. Now, for the rest of you, and he quickly sees Belastarius. For the last of you,
I simply just stare at him blankly. I do not require clothing. I will simply polish myself up later.
I understand that, good sir. I was able to deduce as much. Of course, if you'd like something tailored, you know who to call. Well,
You are quite skilled as far as first impressions go.
oh, why, thank you. I moved to this wonderful land but a year, I'd say about a year and a fortnight ago. It's been wonderful to me. All the stores, all the kind people. I got to tell you, the land of the bear, and, or more specifically, the greater nation of the wolf. Not a better place around, except maybe Corvona, but I haven't lived there in a long time, and I don't even think I'm welcome anymore. But a new home here far outmatches it. Now, you,
my final friend?
Yes.
Did you say guess or?
I said yes.
Okay.
I assume
would-
you're talking to
what
me,
would-
right?
Yes.
Ah, yes.
What would you like tailored, my fine feathery fellow?
So, preferably something that's at least somewhat reminiscent of Kiko's homeland. That area.
Ah, the Southern Isles. If I recall correctly, the Kenku have a rather loving, dearing affection for the darker shades. Greys, maroons. Gold trim certainly aren't your style. The shininess is, but not the actual gold trim.
Very shiny, yes.
Yes. Ah, my friends amongst the Southern Islands. Good news for you, I have a supplier who specifically supplies in regards to the Kenku. Of course, I have to keep them locked in a safe, but I have their drapes if you so choose to have them.
Sure. That actually sounds
Very
like a
well,
good deal
very
to me.
Splendid. Real quick, would you like something tailored just in case?
Preferably.
All right, you do want something tailored. Splendid. Masa, come here, lass. You're the only one I haven't called out. A female Kinku comes out. Bright gray feathers. She comes out and she, kind of flutters over and starts giving you the quick measurements. She knows exactly what to look for, including feather expansion and how much of that is truly expansion, how much can be contorted into the clothes. Obviously, beak room.
Wait, beak room. Wait.
Oh yes, when it comes to putting on the clothing, you have to get your beak over the part that goes around your neck. So, got to keep that in mind. A level of stretchiness, if you will.
Something that's not too difficult to move around in either.
And as she's measuring you, she finally she finally steps back and goes, "Perfect. I have his measurements. Splendid, my dear." And all the other assistants all kind of gather around. All right, it appears we have all your measurements. Now, are you going to prepay, or would you like to pay upon retrieval of your items? If you prepay, there will be a discount. If you do not, it'll be full price upon.
I would prefer to prepay.
I see. Splendid. Now, for your particular measurements, my good tiefling friend, keep in mind we had to make sure to explicitly make arrangements for your horns and, of course, your tail. I would say your total comes to, and he quickly goes behind the desk, like almost like teleports, like flashes behind it, and he pulls out a fantasy calculator. I don't know. I try to. It's that thing with the beads. Yes. He pulls out an abacus. He starts doing his own measurements. I would say a fair amount comes to 2 gold pieces.
Okay, sure. I was expecting more. I believe your rates are more than reasonable. And
Keep in mind that's with the discount, my friend. I take off a whole 4th if you prepay.
And I take out my little bag and I count out 2 and I hand it to him.
Ooh, splendid. Alright, you are in the system. Keep in mind, if you hadn't accepted the payment, you would have had to pay about 3 silver almost. About 3 gold almost. I took off a little extra because I like you.
I don't want to do that.
Right, so he notes your tag, puts it like on the side of like your notes of your measurements, and you can see a couple of the assistants go out back, clearly to fashion together your clothing. Alright, now the rest of you. Good kobold. Perhaps you next? Alright.
Yeah, he's going to step up.
Due to your small stature, but the uniqueness of your clothing, I'm going to have to charge you a gold coin and 50 silver.
Landrin is going to hand him his 2 gold coins.
Ooh. And he grabs the 2 gold coins. You see him pull out a chest, quickly flip it open, and you see him pull out the correct amount of change for your silver. Here you are, my fine, scaly friend. And he puts...
Thank you quite considerably, sir. These services are treasured.
Ah, yes. Thank you, thank you. Ah, your continued patronage while you all are in town was also expected. Hopefully. Perhaps. Well,
I
anyway.
might buy a doily here.
Ooh. We have a fine selection. Now, you, my feathery fellow.
Yes.
Come forward, come forward. Now, due to the uniqueness of kenkus around these parts, and I am lucky enough to have one such as your kind working for me. She is a wonderful, by the way. And he leans in and whispers, "She's single, by the way. I'm just saying this. She's a wonderful lass, truly. A bit light-fingered when I first met her, but she's gotten a lot more light-fingered when it comes to measurements. She actually likes doing the clothing thing now. Just saying. Anywho, your total for what you will owe comes out to..." And he, flickers the abacus. 1 gold coin and 80 silver.
Alright.
Right, do you hand that over?
Yep.
Alright.
Well, I hand 2 gold coins over, because I don't have 80 silver, I have 10 silver.
Gotcha. So he quickly gives you the change of the silver, which is 20. He gives you 20 silver, and puts it away. And now he's got all your tags up on this little slider. Not like the rotating one. You see it like diners, but kind of like a string that leads to the back, which then quickly contorts back, leading you could see your orders kind of being led to the back and going through a little slot. All right, splendid, splendid. All of your fresh clothing should be available to you within about 2 hours. Or less, in fact. Yes, splendid, splendid. And we cannot wait to have you back. Yes! Fantastic! Now, is there anything else I can help you all with?
No, that was all that I had.
Great, great. Now, where are you guys going next in town? I'm curious.
We've heard interesting things about a magical shop in the area.
Ah.
That was a very unenthusiastic sir.
Yes, of course. You're going to see Miss Novary. Good luck. And he kind of has this look of apprehension, eh.
How remarkably ominous.
Oh, don't worry, she's not normally dangerous.
Neither have I.
Normally.
Do you think the sword goes better when it's on my hip or over my back? Because it trails against the ground when it's on my hip.
I think it looks wonderful on your back, sweetie. Absolutely. It absolutely complements your frame.
Well, thank you. It's very difficult to lift, but it's comforting.
Ah, yes, yes. Well, if you all are going to Miss Novary's Wondrous Goods, I would like to have one slight warning. Not that it's good to speak ill of, one's... not necessarily competitors, but one's...
It is a different market.
One's fellow in the market of selling goods. I would say be warned of her. She's, a tad different. But good luck, of course, of course. I will see you all in about 2 hours. Yes, yes?
Looking forward to it.
Ah, yes, brilliant. I do hope to see you all back as yourselves. Have a good day. So you all
what
leave
an
the shop.
incredible sense of existential dread I'm feeling.
Alright, so are you guys heading to Miss Novary's Wondrous Goods, or would you like to call it here today? I will leave it up to you, my wonderful fellows. I have
all in favor? Huh?
I have everything in my head prepared for what you'll deal with Miss Novary's Wondrous Goods.
Well, don't worry. I barely have any money left.
I do.
You know what's really fucked up? It takes 100 gold coins to do the first level version of my class feature.
I'm gonna say that's probably different in the Nordred conversions.
Possibly. We'll talk about it.
We'll have to talk about
later.
that.
So I forgot to do armor, so I would just like to swing back real quick and pick up a new thing of armor.
Okay. All right. We'll just say you do that. What do you want to grab from Ivan's shop?
That is what I am looking at right now. I'm trying to make sure I don't give myself a disadvantage here. I'm going to pick up a chain shirt.
Alright, chain shirt. Chain man. Alright. So just normal chain mail shirt.
So chain shirt, not chain mail, because chain mail I do not.
Yeah, I was looking wrong side.
Yeah, that's heavy armor.
Same thing.
Gotcha, chain shirt. There we go. Alright. Alright, sweetie, that's gonna come to a total of Epicus. Shit, I think I might have missed that in my notes. Oh, hold on, let me look at what it is in the handbook. That way I can do the conversion.
It's 50 gold. Yeah, it's 50 gold for a chain shirt.
Okay. Alright, sweetie, that's gonna be about 65 silver.
Oh, I'm just shy of enough silver, so I will give her.
I will front you.
65 silver for that.
Oh, I only have 50.
Just get a 5-finger discount.
Yeah, what do I got? I got 56. Hook me up with 11, 9, and I'll be all right.
I shall hook you up with the 9 you have requested.
All right, and then I'll just give her the 65 silver for that.
Right. She takes the silver, and it's perfectly met change, so I'll change back.
For the sake of keeping my notes clean, can I just hand you 15?
Yeah, that's fine. So I just have. All right, so let me add another 6 silver here, so that I have that right. Okay.
Right.
You know, I'm looking at how much gold I have, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm fucking rich.
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting you guys to look under the beds, to be honest.
I know, I found it, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna take that, not tell a soul. And I'm more than willing to share. Just, you know, like, I don't want to give away that I got like $800 in my fucking pocket.
Yeah, you guys are you're pretty loaded with what you found, and that's what I've been keeping in mind. You're pretty loaded for this area, though. That's a lot of money. I would not recommend flaunting it. Alright, so that's all you wanted to do with the armor and weapons shop, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Cool, awesome. Alright, so you all are heading to Miss Nova's Wondrous Goods. Do you want to end tonight's session before going in, or do you want to end it after you finished up in there?
I have a question about.
I'll say we've already played for a really long time.
Yeah, and I don't want to force you guys to play more than you want to for enjoyment.
Well, also this episode's gonna get super long.
Don't worry about the episode. Don't ever worry about that.
Okay.
I'm good either way. So, whatever you guys pick.
Alright.
Okay, I can wait for the Yakuza dance music. Well, this has been a lovely little session.
Alright. So, majority of the party votes to end it here for today and pick up with Miss Nova's Wondrous Goods next time.
Seems to be
perfectly
unanimous.
I mean, you've been hyping it up a little bit continuously, so I think have it coming at it fresh would be good.
Landron's gonna go in there with all the crazy, wacky wizard stuff going on, and he's gonna feel right at home.
Gotcha. Alright, let me make a final note where you guys are at.
So yeah, I think that sounds good to me.
Alright,
So were you
awesome.
expecting the wizard to want a gun?